All right, guys. So the dollar index is starting to bounce back a little bit today. SPY is technically down, but it's not down a ton. Slightly red this morning in pre-market. What's up, Tony, Don, Mar? It is CPI week. It is a big week for stocks. Yeah, this week we got CPI, we got earnings, we got a lot of stuff coming out. Hey, what's up, Hype, DS, DD, Eggman, Mar, Don, Cool, Tony, other Tony, Unicorn. What's up, guys? All right, guys. So yeah, I would definitely cover CPI. I don't know if we're heading lower or not. It depends on what the dollar index does here. The dollar index has been moving up a little bit in pre-market today, so that's usually got an inverse correlation with the stock market. Market's technically red on the day, but market's pretty close to break even, so it's not a big red day. Friday was a big losing day, though. Friday was a big down day, unfortunately, and so Friday, we did get some drops. Um, do you guys think we're gonna break down? What's up, Beach? All right, so the Phillies won. Padres won yesterday. Phillies won Saturday. Mets won Saturday. Mariners won. The Mariners are good, bro. Rays lost. Guardians won Friday. Or no, Saturday. All right, guys. Dollar index moving up. This is usually going to give us an inverse correlation here. Hey, what's up, Kristen? Hey, what's up, Johnny? Elliot? Coffee. All right, guys. So yeah. So again, let me know if you guys think we're gonna head lower today, man. Let me know if you guys think we're gonna head lower. I think it's certainly possible we do. I mean, who knows what we're gonna do, but with all the stuff going on, I'm not surprised if we do. We do have inflation this week. All right, guys. So yeah, so we got the dollar index moving up. The Q is kind of pulling back a little bit. The SPY was mostly neutral ahead of this. All right, guys. So yeah, dollar index popping up over 113s, which is not good. Not really what we want, unfortunately. Why did crypto pump on Sunday? Any ideas? Yeah, I mean, we could be oversold. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, man. Crypto pumped yesterday. I didn't really watch crypto market yesterday, but it looks like crypto fell back down this morning. So it looked like crypto pumped and then fell back down this morning. It looks pretty oversold. We got some key levels that need to hold. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, inflation's rough right now. Here, we're going to do a poll as we always do. It's rough right now. And the poll is going to be, does the market end green this week? Or let's say, does the market bounce back this week is a good question. Yes or no? Does the market bounce back this week? We got the poll live. Let us know what you guys think. All right, guys. All right, guys. Dollar index still moving up pretty substantially here. I mean, look at the dollar index on the left. This is the U.S. dollar. This is going to have an inverse correlation here with the markets itself. You know, the dollar index is up to 113.10s, SPY at 261.80s right now. So looking weak. I would normally look at this action and say, okay, look, it's time for me to maybe start to average into some positions. But I think because of CPI this week, because we have Fed minutes Wednesday, we have CPI Thursday, we have bank earnings this week, that a lot of that could be very influential over markets here. We've got Pepsi earnings Wednesday. Thursday, we got Delta, BLK, Walgreens, Progressive, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citi, Wells Fargo. So earnings season starts after this week as well here. So we just got a lot of stuff to talk about. Hey, what's up, Mo? You on at 6 now, John? I'm on at like 5:50. Yeah, I'm on like 6:15 market time. Yeah, what's good morning? We're definitely oversold. I think a couple green days before CPI and then red leading up to CPI. Yeah, I think that that kind of makes sense to me, Denise. I think that makes a lot of sense. There's not really any big events today, no. Yeah, I like Epic Pin. I think Epic Pin's fun. All right, guys. Dollar index dipping down a little bit short term. That's good. That's kind of what we want. All right. All right, guys. So again, 362 on the SPY. Yeah. So early this morning, two blasts were heard in central Kyiv with. That's kind of negatively impacting markets, I think, or the blast in Ukraine this morning. All right, guys. So we have the dollar index at 113.09s, SPY at 361.85s. And yeah, we got the Q down at 267. So mostly neutral to, we're not down a ton today, but we're down a little bit. Friday was a pretty rough day though. So like if you look back at Friday here, usually when you get this much bearish action short term, a lot of the time you can peek at markets and kind of find like a dip buy to get into, because a lot of the time the next day we're going to get a rebound. It's not always the case though. It's one of those things where you shouldn't put all your eggs in that basket, if that makes sense, with the SPY dipping down pretty substantially. The SPY at 361.80s right now. So again, we'll see what we get. It's one of those times where the market probably is going to be seen as somewhat oversold on the downside short term, but long term, we really don't know. We could continue dropping. What does your heart tell you about the next couple of days? I'm not sure. Like I said, we're kind of extended on the downside, I think. And so I think what could happen is that we get some rebounds today and tomorrow, and then starting Wednesday with the Fed minutes report and, CPI Thursday, we get some drops. I think that makes a lot of sense. All right, we have the dollar index at 113.10s. All right, guys, we got the dollar index at 113.09s, SPY at 361s. We'll see if we get anything good today. Again, I would normally kind of consider buying this dip, right? But like right now, with all the drops we got Friday, but with all the fundamental and economic releases we have coming up this week, I'm a little bit more hesitant to do so, if that makes sense. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we are on the Top Step Combine here. We've had a slow couple weeks on the Top Step Combine, though. So we haven't made a ton the last week. But every week's not going to be profitable, and that's what people have to understand. Like, I think people are used to seeing other people just kind of swing for the fences. in the Top Step Combine, and like I get it, but a lot of those people I'm noticing don't get funded. You know what I mean? So it's like a lot of them swing for the fences, don't get funded, and then just kind of keep resetting their account, right? So I think the way you have to do it is just slow and steady, like I have. I should probably scale up in size a little bit more, and that's what we're going to be focusing on this week is just our scale up in size. But yeah, we'll see. Got to be patient. Disney back down to 96. Is the stock market open today? I heard yesterday that yeah, the market's open today. So yeah, market's open today. Yeah. Yeah, so bonds markets are closed, but the New York Stock Exchange and the Nasdaq are both open today. Yeah, and I can kind of be for that, you know. Yeah, and I think like I get it. I took a huge loss in Disney. Mm. How long? I mean, what are you trying to trade? Like again, when I buy Disney, guys, if y'all are following me in these trades, like I'm willing to hold them for a very long time. And I actually made money on my last Disney trade. You know, so like I bought Disney and I got my average to like 99.2 or so, right? And so when Disney started ramping up, at one point my average was like 97 or 98. And so, but Disney started to pop up. I took profit once it hit like 101s. I'm still holding 25 shares, but I've already made enough money where I'm going to be green on that trade no matter what. CPI is going to be horrible. Hopefully not. Maybe though. It could be bad. We'll see. But yeah, I'm still doing Top Step. Again, here is my Top Step graph if you guys want to see it. Yeah, so here's my Top Step graph the last 7 days. Again, last 7 days we are up about $500 or so, give or take about 500. I'm in step 1, Lewis. Again, I need to scale up my size. That's what we're gonna do today. I built up a nice little cushion. Y'all have to understand. Like people might look at this and say, "Oh, well, John's moving slow in the combine," and that may be true. But like, y'all have to understand my strategy with this. Okay, this is a strategy to help save people money, right? And if you really think about it in this regard, okay, think about it like this. Okay, you build up a cushion first in all the different aspects, not just on a daily basis, but like on a longer term basis in the combine as well, right? So like you can build up a cushion on an intraday basis and you can swing big once you build up a cushion. Like for me personally, I'm trying to build up a cushion of $100 to $200, right? And then once I have that cushion, I'm scaling up my size and I'm taking larger swings. And then once I have more cushion, I take larger swings until I think the edge is done for the day. That's what works for me personally. That's what makes me money in this combine. And you can also do it on a longer term basis in this combine as well, right? So another thing you could do is exactly what I'm doing here, which is build up a cushion over like a week or two period. Like I built up a cushion of like $1,000 to $2,000, right? So now I can take some much longer swings in this. Like I could take some much larger swings in this, and if I lose on those swings, I'm right back to zero, and I just essentially start over. You know what I mean? And I think that makes the most sense. To where now I can continue to like swing larger, and I will be taking larger size today. We're gonna go right to the regular E mini. and not trade the micro E-mini today and see if we get anything like that. But I think it makes sense, right? Hedging your bets, it just works. Right, it's good risk management for sure. Yeah, 100%. And again, the reason I'm taking it slow, and if y'all want to check out the combine, I'm shameless plug right here. We're gonna put it in chat. But no, I mean, it makes perfect sense, right? Like you could either buy 1,000 resets, or you could just trade smart and trade slow. Like, listen, when you get to stage 2, you're gonna have to trade like I'm trading anyway. You know, like here's the problem: is that people trade way too large in the beginning, lose their account, have to reset it 30 times, and then when they finally get to stage 2, they're not really profitable enough to really do that scale up plan, right? So they end up just kind of swinging for the fences, losing, and then going back, starting over again. I see it happen a lot with a lot of different traders. You know, what I'm doing right now is the blueprint to passing stage 2. The way I'm trading right now is the literal blueprint to passing stage 2, right? You build up a cushion, you swing into that cushion, you swing with less risk. You don't have a lot of risk per trade because you already have green on the day. And then the days where you're not able to build up like a cushion beforehand are small losses because you're not able to build up a cushion. So you can't scale up regardless. It makes perfect sense in terms of risk management. And it's something that all traders need to understand because that's going to help you be a better trader, not just in these combine accounts, but just in general in trading. This is a really smart way to trade without being in these combines as well. You can do this in your regular account, but build up a cushion first with small size. And then once you have profits on the day, then you take risk. That's the way you do it. I've had 0 resets. Do you know that as soon as you're funded, you won't ever have to go back to step 2? So you'll have to go back to step 2, but you won't ever have to go back to step 1. So they changed the rule with Top Step, which is an amazing thing, right? I think it's a beautiful rule, is that they changed it to where from now on that once you're funded on Top Step, you will never have to go back to step. I don't think you'll ever have to go back to step 1. I think once you're funded, I don't know if you'll ever have to go back, but I know that once you're funded, if you get eliminated from your funded account, like if you take too much risk and they kick you off, right? And you get eliminated from your funded account. Then instead of going all the way back to start over again, they put you right back in step 2. And if you can pass step 2, you get funded again, right? So that makes it much more profitable, I think, to get funded. Much more profitable. I think it's a really smart move. And it makes people actually have some confidence if they're working on getting funded, that afterwards, even if you lose, you'll go right back to step 2. If you pass step 2, you get funded immediately back again, right? I think that makes a lot of sense. And I'll pin this to the top of the page. Of course, I'm biased. They are a sponsor of my video, of course, so I'm certainly biased. But yeah, just dope program, man. I'm excited to get funded, but I know slow and steady wins the race here. So I know slow and steady wins the race. And so we're gonna have to take it slow and just try to trade small. And yeah, we're working on it. Like I said, here's my graph. Like this is me so far. We still got a long way to go, but we're getting there, and we're preparing to take some risk. This is us so far. Not too shabby. We'll take it. Green day. I don't know if we made money Friday or lost money. I can't remember. I think we might have lost money, but not much. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sponsored by them. So there's a bunch of people making money. Not by being sponsored by them, but that are actually funded. Again, the real key though is like once you're funded, the key to being happy with Top Step is number one, having reasonable expectations for it, right? Like a lot of people think that they're going to be able to put up, $130 and then get funded and then just kind of start living off of that, right? But you got to look at Top Step from a reasonable perspective, okay? Like you have to look at it as something as a challenge that's going to help your trading. Like that's really what it is. It's a challenge that's going to help your trading. And yes, you can get funded and you can make money doing it, but it's going to make you a better trader, right? You can't look at it to solve all your finance problems. Like you're going to have to look at it for what it is, which is a challenge to help you get better at trading, And that's what it is. And I think it does a great job at that. It teaches you to follow rules. It's cheap. It's not super expensive monthly. The funding's legitimate. The rules are fair. And so I think in that regard, it's reasonable. Hey, what's up, Space? Bounce today, I think. I don't know, man. The market was kind of extended. You can see the dollar index start to bounce back short term just now. So look at the dollar index fly here. Dollar index up to 113s. SPY at 362s. We've got the Q at 268s. All right, guys. Dollar index moving up. We'll probably see some drops in the SPY. Well, let us know how you really feel, Kalechi. You know? All right, guys. So again, we have the dollar index up here. We can look at some resistance levels to see if it works. But man, hey, what's up, Pawn? Why Tesla fell this morning? Where everything's dropping this morning for the most part. I've lost about $200. Well, in this grand scheme of trading, that's really not that much, Kalechi. But let me guess though. Let me just make a prediction on, or let me take an educated guess on how you started. I think you probably started with very small amounts of money, right? Like the main problem most new traders face, and just hear me out, is that they start with simply too small of money, right? Like, listen, if you're starting with like $1,000, and to you, 1,000, to anybody, 1,000, like $1,000 is a lot to me, right? But in terms of trading, $1,000 is nothing, absolutely nothing. Right. And so if you in trading, the smaller account you try to trade with, the harder it's going to be to actually make money. And so if a lot of people start with like $1,000 or $2,000 and then they just lose like $500, it's very difficult to make money with a small account in trading. The only real way that I think day trading is virtually impossible to make money. And yeah, you're going to have a bunch of gurus trying to sell courses on how to do a small account challenge because they're trying to essentially just tell you what you want to hear so that you'll buy their course is all it is. And listen, you can roll a small account up into more money, but it's almost impossible, right? Like you're going to lose like 5 or 6 times before you win, And so in the end, small accounts, trading a small account is very difficult. It's almost impossible to do. And it's not something that a lot of people are honest with people about, like day trading a cash account with $2,000 and growing that, getting, that limited trades with small size is very difficult to do. Yeah, I feel you. But here's the thing. I'm going to tell you this because nobody else tells my viewers this. And I try to be honest with people, Kalechi. So, like, here's the reality, brother. Right? The reality of it is, if anybody's struggling financially, you should not be day trading. Swing trading is powerful, bro. Swing trading is powerful. And I'm going to explain why. Is because with swing trading, you could play off long-term extension or short-term extension, really. And so you could wait for stocks to just take a massive dip, like a huge drop out of nowhere. And then you could buy that dip, hold for 2 or 3 days, and make 20% pretty easily in swing trading. Day trading is really romanticized. There's also no PDT restrictions in swing trading. And I get it. A lot of people romanticize day trading, and I understand it. But like that's the truth, is that swing trading can be powerful, bro. You can wait for good sympathy moves to take advantage of and attack those sympathy moves. You could wait for, whatever type of sympathy move in the market you want. And swing trading is just it's easier to grow a small swing trading account. It's far easier to grow a small swing trading account than it is to grow a small day trading account. And it's still difficult. Like both of them are still hard to do, like profitably. But I would say swing trading is much easier to do on a small account because there's no restrictions. You can swing trade a small account just like you can a large account. And you don't have any restrictions, as opposed to day trading a small account is going to be virtually impossible, and day trading a large account like I'm doing is much easier. Hey, is it the right way, bro? Let me know. Yeah, 10K is okay. I don't know. Here's the thing, it's not about like the size of the account, it's about how big or small you trade with it. Right, a lot of people take a 1 or 2K account and then they just swing for the fences and they just destroy their account, right? But if you have an account and you're just getting started and you're not profitable in trading, what you have to do is you have to trade small. Like a lot of people have unrealistic expectations for trading. They think that they're just going to take $2,000 and that they're going to just be able to just roll that into 10K in a week. And yeah, you can, but like the odds of loss in that situation are very, very high. And so it's like you got to have reasonable expectations. Like you're not going to earn a living from a $2,000 account. Nobody is, really. And the people that claiming they are most of the time just trying to sell you stuff. The truth is that a $2,000 account is very difficult to grow. In order to make like $1,000 a day, say, which is kind of like a measure that a lot of people go off, you need $500,000, at least $250,000 in buying power to be able to make $1,000 a day safely. You could try to make it with less than that, but it's not safe. And eventually, the odds are against you that you're going to take some big loss in that situation because you're not able to trade safely in that situation. So in order to really make $1,000 a day, you need like $500,000, $250,000 in buying power, at least 6 figures in buying power. And even that, trying to make 1% a day is very difficult. Hey, what's up, B? Why does account size matter? Because, well, number one, you have to look at it in terms of realistic percentage goals. Okay. I promise you, if making 1% a day was possible, like making 300+% a year was possible, big banks and hedge funds would be calling you up in a heartbeat. If any of these people selling courses were really making that much. Okay. I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'm saying market performs on average 8 to 12% a year, right? Anybody that can do better than that is beating the market and should be applauded, to be honest. Anybody that's doing better than 8 to 12% a year should be applauded, right? But trying to make 300, 400% every year is very difficult. It's very difficult. And, if you try to do that with a small account with less than 25K, then you're going to be severely restricted by the PDT requirements anyway, and it goes back to average risk per day, right? If your average risk per day, if you're needing to make 5% a day in your trading account, you're going to get into some pretty risky scenarios is really what it is. But you're going to get into some pretty risky scenarios trying to push that hard in your account, right? You got to make 0.5% a day. While that's still very difficult and unlikely, it's a lot easier to accomplish making 0.5% a day than it is to make 5% a day or whatever it is. And so the smaller your account and the larger percentage per day that you're shooting for, the more risky you're going to be trading, and that's just objective truth. The smaller account you have and the larger percentage gains you're trying to make per day, the more risk you're taking per day in that account. And while you might get away with it short term, over the long term, spread out over hundreds of days, eventually, usually, somebody's going to make a mistake and they're going to destroy that account, and everything's going to be gone. And so it might be something where they're making money every day, they're making money, and then poof, their account's gone, and something that people got to look at objectively because, again, it's not easy to do that. And, most people fail. And, the ones that end up succeeding are ones that have much larger accounts where they can take that type of risk. And it's a less percentage of their account, if that makes sense. Hey, what's up, Matt? Hey, what's up, Liv? I'm down on my swings holding bags. Wish I would have bought, or wish I would take that 5 to 10% loss that day I bought in. Yeah, it depends. Yeah, larger account gives you a buffer. Yeah, we got a Discord channel. My Discord channel is right here, bro. But again, nobody else will tell you that. I'm gonna tell you that because this is the truth, right? In order to really make $1,000 a day, you need like half a mil. You need half a mil, and if not, like I said, bro, people could say, "Oh, no, you don't." You know, I promise you, okay. If anybody was truly earning 300-400% a year, right? If anybody was truly earning 300-400% a year, big banks and hedge funds, Goldman Sachs would be calling them up within a month, being like, "Yo, we'll pay you $12 million a year to come work with us. You're making 300-400% a year. We'll pay you $12 million a year. Come work with us. Help like work for our hedge fund." And anybody selling courses would say done in a heartbeat, and they would leave, right? That's how you know they might not really be making that. Because seriously, like big hedge funds, big banks, as soon as they hear somebody's making 300-400% a year, they're gonna vet them, and if they can see that they're doing it long term, they will hire them, like 100%. Either that, or if somebody was doing that consistently, they would listen. The biggest path to wealth in stocks is start your own hedge fund. Right, starting your own hedge fund, biggest path to wealth. Right, you can go from, you know, anybody on the street to making hundreds of millions of dollars running your own hedge fund. Right, and so if somebody was really making 300-400% easily a year, they would almost certainly start their own hedge fund, and you would never see them again. They certainly wouldn't be out here on YouTube. you know, and it's just the truth. You know, like listen, if I was making 300-400% a year, y'all would never see me. You know. Yeah, 50% is possible. That's stupid. If you make 400%, why would you work for anyone else? One word. Think pod. One word, bro. Leverage. You know. That's why. You know. Like, yeah, you can roll your account up with 300-400%, and that's fine. But somebody coming along saying, "Hey, we'll give you 200 million," you get to keep 10% of that, 10 to 20% of that, and whatever it is, right? You're gonna take that. You're gonna say, "Okay, done." You know. I don't necessarily agree. I possibly Snow trading is 90% psychological, 10% technical analysis. I think the percentage is a little bit larger than that. Um, all right, guys. So dollar index is still flying up, unfortunately. Dollar index is still flying up, unfortunately. I'm trying to look. This usually will play the name. I'm trying to. Is it Kalecki? Well, I don't know. Oh, here it is.
Kalechi.
Kalechi. That's what I said. Hey man, I'm really impressed by your honesty. There aren't many on socials talking reality these days. Yeah, you know how it goes, bro. Finance niche is just kind of crazy. Hi, my screen is blurry. What is the stock you have in your upper left? That is the dollar index. Yeah, Rosie's not allowed in the trading room, brother, for a lot of reasons. Mostly because she will destroy my computer. You know, if the S&P 500 goes to 3,700, 3,740 hours short again. Do you think the market is oversold? I think it might be, but here's the problem right now. So the market could be oversold short term, right? But this is a big week, bro. We got CPI this week. We got CPI, we got Fed minutes, we got PPI Wednesday. So this is a big week for a lot of stuff. So we got PPI Wednesday, Fed minutes Wednesday, CPI Thursday. Friday, we've got some other stuff coming out too. So it's just a big week, to be honest. There's a lot of stuff happening this week. And so I don't take any sizable positions ahead of these big echo meetings. You know what I mean? And then next week is huge earnings report. So the next few days, we got some stuff going down. But yeah, big earnings reports coming out next week. This week, huge week. Next week, big week as well. So a lot of stuff going down. And because of that, I'm not really pushing too hard. All this time I thought the market is closed today. Not today, bro. Market is open. And for a good reason. I mean, listen, Columbus, he was cool and all. He in a geography sense, you know, he did some stuff geography wise for our world. And I think that should give him some respect. He was also a jerk though, bro. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. There's better people to have holidays. Yeah, the bond market is closed. Bond market is closed, but equities, stocks, New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ are both open today. Why did Bitcoin fall this morning? Does anybody know why crypto fell? Yeah. Yeah, bonds closed. So is PayPal reacting negatively to the stuff? Y'all heard the news for PayPal. A lot of people are talking bad about it. Now PayPal's down big. AMC, GameStop, both down pretty substantially. Dollar index is still rising though, unfortunately here. So here's the dollar index rising. Should I buy Disney on this dip? Let's make this money. Can you look at the GameStop chart? Yeah, I'm looking at it now, bro. GameStop is everything's down this morning. GameStop, AMC. I don't think we should judge them too harshly though. I think everything's kind of down right now. You buy all Disney dips, and I make money doing so, bro. I made money on the last Disney dip. Right now, again, I'm a little bit too. I'm already holding a piece of Disney, right? I'm holding 25 shares of Disney. You can see here, I'm down $60. It's not the end of the world, but I am holding a little dip in Disney here. And again, I might add to it, but I think I'm just gonna chill. I'm not gonna add anymore. I'm just gonna wait. Again, I could decide to add more to this, but I think waiting is probably the better move. Can you look at Apple? Sure. Okay, so here's Apple. You had Apple at 140 essentially right now. Apple's looking pretty cheap too, though, man. Apple's very very down. And so Apple, a reasonable dip buy to get involved with too. So how about the Bengals, bro? The Bengals losing all, bro. Football. I'm just getting like my home teams, my teams are just getting beat in football, just losing in football. At least the Astros play in the playoffs tomorrow. There wasn't any PayPal news. There were rumors going around, and y'all can research the rumors if you guys want. But and again, they're just rumors. I think I don't know if they were even legitimate. All right, guys. So again, we're getting a little bounce here. Dollar index is starting to drop here. Look at it. It's 113.17s here. We got the SPY bouncing up. It's at 362s. It is 7 a.m. now. So it is 7 a.m. on the dot. Yeah, the Bills are looking great, bro. Honestly, the Bills with Josh Allen, they're just a great team, dude. I could see them eh, going all the way this year. I think they could win the bowl this year. I think it's certainly possible. Josh Allen's just a beast, man. I wanted to see Tua do it, but bro, Tua needs to sit out at least the season. Tua's great, but he needs to sit out at least the season, bro. Bro, I'm for the student loan forgiveness. Okay. And I don't even have student debt, right? But I think student debt is some of the most predatory in the world in terms of like, okay, college students should not have access to that much funding. You know, they're kids, man. Like kids shouldn't be getting loans like that, and they're non-forgivable loans, so it's like a basic loan will go away in 7 years, you know. But like with this, student loans have always just been predatory. And again, the prices of colleges, right? Like I want people to understand if student loans were not a thing, college would not be as expensive as it is. Right. So it's literally this kind of back and forth with like, hey, these banks will loan out money and then colleges in turn raise their prices to accommodate that because they can, right? It's kind of like inflation right now. Same thing with college pricing and student loans. And so in that regard, I think we have to do something to combat that. I'm for it because I think that's really a predatory part of college as it is. College would not normally be that expensive. A CPI report is Thursday. Yeah, Eagles are doing good. I don't know about PayPal. Are y'all buying the PayPal dip? Yeah, but it's not that, Nick P. I think a lot of people are just going against it because it's political, right? But I'm not even talking political. I'm talking about like outside of the forgiveness program. I think student loans. Okay, I'll put it this way. I know a lot of people that that were 18, got a student loan, and then squandered that loan. And a lot of them didn't graduate to college, but they were stuck with that debt for the rest of their life, right? You go up to any 18-year-old kid, any 18-year-old kid, and you say, hey, look, bro, I'll give you 30, 40 grand right now, you know, and, you just got to pay us back, right? The problem is almost all of them are going to take it, right? It's predatory, you know. It'd be different if these were like 25-year-olds, but these are freaking kids, man. And kids don't need 30 grand in loans at that age. They're locked into debt for the rest of their life a lot of the time, and it's predatory, especially when they're non-forgivable. It's just predatory. Some of them are. All right, guys. Yeah, me as well. Phew, 550, man. That's super high. All right, guys. So we want to see the dollar index fall back a little bit here. We want to see the dollar index dip. We got the SPY moving up. It's at 362s here. We've got Apple up to 140s. So again, we want to see this drop. We want to see the dollar index drop. We want to see the SPY move back here. The SPY could go green today. I hope it does. Let's see if we do. I hope the market goes green today. All right, guys. So Bitcoin's starting to bounce back a little bit, back up to 19.3K. And again, we want to see this dollar index fall. We got the 200 moving average, the 200 EMA right around 113s right now. SPY starting to pop back up, starting to bounce back up here. And again, hopefully it does and it continues to bounce. Yeah, I just got done paying taxes, bro. And I hate taxes, dude. I hate taxes with a passion, but I'm paying them. But yeah, I pay tens of thousands of dollars in taxes every year. You know, I mean, I could write a lot of stuff off because of my business, and that's great and all, but the U.S. government is still getting 10K plus for me every single year. I wish I got refunds. Everybody's like, "Oh, I'm getting my refund." I'm sitting there like, "Oh, I got to pay $10,000+." You know, it feels good that once it's paid. Once it's paid, though, you know, I just get to keep. You know, feels good. But man, you don't love to see it. Jeez, man, dude, Twitter needs to like do a music warning. All right, guys. SPY bouncing back a little bit. Dollar index still falling. Dollar index still falling. Guys, Apple went green on the day. Bucks win. Do you pay quarterly taxes? No. It's a single member LLC is what I have, right? So single member LLCs are taxed as a person. So I just pay income tax on everything. So I would pay quarterly if it wasn't a single member. If I had anybody else that owned my company, then I'd have to pay quarterly. But it's a single member LLC, so I don't have to. Y'all be careful, bro. Again, a lot of our discords have scammers, dude. Okay, beginner trading 4459. Let me ban this guy too. Looks like Joel just gave us a heads up. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, man, there's a lot of sketchiness, bro. So many scammers. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Yeah, taxes works out okay for me. Yeah, scammer, bro. Like I said, y'all just be careful. In my Discord, bro, I've seen like there's been like 4 or 5 fake me fake beginner tradings that have tried to scam people. Like if you look at what they're sending people, bro, like they're joining and they're pretending to be me and they're sending people and they're like, hey, go here, deposit here. I will never listen. I'm never gonna message you randomly. Like I'm never gonna message you randomly. If you're in my Discord, please like reach out to the real me. Okay, please reach out to the real me. Ask me on here and I'll tell you. Like literally on stream, I'll tell you if it's me or not. All right, just I'm never going to send you anywhere. I'm never going to ask you to deposit anything. I'm never going to send you to anywhere like that. Okay. I'm just not going to randomly message you, unless I have a big reason, and it's not going to be, I'll put it this way. I'm not going to randomly message you promoting anything. If I message you, it's usually because like there's a problem. It's not because, I'm trying to promote some website. Like if anybody message you and they're trying to promote these websites, it's almost certainly a scam. Run away. You know what I mean? Run away. Hey, for sure. Yeah, I'm up early every day, brother. Yeah. I mean, you can pay quarterly and estimated taxes, and that's fine, and then get a refund on overpayment or the estimated taxes. I'd rather just wait and do it once a year. It's easier. All right, guys. So SPY starting to move back up. Apple kind of teetering back and forth between red and green, green and red. SPY still technically red on the day, but not a ton of red. The big red, like if you're wondering how we're down to these levels here, the big levels came Friday. Friday, we dropped massively in the market. Look how big we dropped Friday here, man. This is a big drop Friday. And so we opened up about break even Friday morning, but then we just slumped. What came out Friday? We had some type of economic data come out Friday. What was it? It was what came out Friday? I know we had something drop. I think it was retail sales. Chat, help me out. What came out Friday? Kind of weird, James. You make 4K a month on this YouTube, full disclosure. I make much more than 4K a month on this YouTube. Yeah, with businesses that collect sales taxes quarterly. But yeah, but I'm in Texas. We don't have any we don't have any state income tax. All right, guys. So market's starting to move back up. Yeah, it was employment data. Okay, right. It was non-farm payrolls is what it was Friday. Thank you, Pawn. Yeah, it was non-farm payrolls is what it was. So we had payroll numbers Friday. Yeah, they actually do some pretty good stuff though, Snow. So YouTube's actually pretty good in that regard, as like I can look at anybody that's using my content. Like they will identify anybody that has the same content as me and they'll let me look at them and then basically ban them off of YouTube is what they'll let me do. Like I can go look at it right now. But there's also, how about Game of Thrones last night, bro? So good, dude. Game of Thrones is getting serious. All right, so yeah, so you can look at like, there we go. Yeah, like a lot of people will take my videos and they'll just kind of scam people with them, right? They got this place full scale trading. It's just a sleazy scamming company. Like I can look at them and they are just scamming people, So it's like a lot of, there's a lot of ones. No, I'm not gonna ruin Game of Thrones. Why is market not bouncing up? Probably stuff going on overseas in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Probably stuff like that. That's probably what's going on. Yeah, so non-farm payroll numbers came out Friday. Non-farm payroll numbers. I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, we're back. Yeah, there's a lot of WhatsApp scams. 100%. CPI expectations. So if we look at CPI expectational numbers here, guys, let's take a look at these real quick. So if we look at CPI expectational numbers for CPI are as follows here. So CPI comes out Thursday. Biggest day of the month, really, for this channel and for just market activity in general, right? Expectational numbers for the year is at 6.5% for core CPI year over year. Regular CPI is at 8.1% expectations. Remember, last time they expected 8.3%. Or no, last time they expected 8.1% as well, and we ended up coming out at 8.3% last time, if you guys remember here. So dollar index is falling down. This should cause some bounces in the market. So again, this time they're expecting 8.1%, the same thing they expected last time. So last time they expected 8.1%. We ended up showing 8.3%. The market fell. This time they're expecting 8.1% again. And, if we come in higher than that, the market's going to fall. If we come in lower than that, the market's going to bounce. If we come in at that, the market's probably going to bounce, I would say. Again, monthly CPI, we're expected to come in at 0.2%. And so, again, that data drops Thursday at 8:30. Stick around. We will cover it fully live here, as we always do. So stick around, hit the notification bell, hit that subscribe button. We certainly appreciate you all. And, let's keep the growth up, guys. CPI expectation is too high. Yeah, but it's all about expectations. Well, it's not good CPI, so Pika, it's not good. Higher CPI is not good CPI. Higher CPI is worse CPI. So if it's higher than expected, that's bad. You know what I mean? So cost pricing is higher is worse. Consumer pricing higher is worse. I mean, all right, guys. So again, what we do like to see here short term is we have the dollar index falling down some. So we do have the dollar index falling down here, which is lovely. This is what we want to see. We want to see the dollar index falling down. We want to see the dollar index fall, and this should cause a bounce in the market here. So we got Apple pushing up finally green on the day. We have the SPY back up to 363.30s. I think short term, the momentum's on the upside. I think we're down so much already. We're down. Then I think the momentum's on the upside now. I think leading into CPI and the Fed minutes and all that stuff, I think we're going to get some bullish responses over the next couple of days. I might be wildly wrong. Maybe we're just wildly wrong here. We certainly could be wildly wrong. But I think we're going to get some bullish action since we're down so much from Friday over the next couple of days. And then maybe a day or two before CPI, we'll start to get some corrections back down. I saw somebody else say that, and again, that's kind of what I thought before this anyway, is that we're going to see some positive rebounding over the next day or two, I think, and then after that, leading into CPI, the fear is going to start to show up. Again, we might be wildly wrong, though, and maybe we just fly up today and continue going, or maybe we just dumped it today and just continue dropping or move up ahead of CPI. I'm not sure. What do you guys think is going to show on CPI? Again, what do you guys think we're going to get in terms of CPI reports? Last week was brutal. Yeah, I mean, last week we started off okay. Yeah, so we do have Brainerd speaking today. We can cover that meeting if you guys want us to, I guess. Let me see. Let me see calendar. Let's see what we got. So yeah, today is the 10th. Yeah, we got Brainerd live at 1:35. He's doing a meeting called Restoring Price Stability in an Uncertain Economic Environment at the National Association for Business Economics annual meeting in Chicago. Yeah. Okay, so we can watch it. I mean, I can cover that maybe if you guys want me to. Let me know if you guys want me to. I think whatever the numbers will be, the market will come down. We're in the last... I don't know. And no, I don't think so. I think if we come in much lower than expected, the market will bounce. 8.4%. What percentage you guys think we're going to show? 8.3%. So expectations are for 8.1%. Yeah, last week was green most of the week. Like the opening week, Friday was just rough. It will be 8.3%. Good data is bad news. No, not necessarily. I don't know. Maybe tomatoes, but I don't know. Maybe, but I think that inflation is bad, and I think higher inflation is not good. Nobody interprets that as good in any market, I think. How about Game of Thrones, man? Game of Thrones is getting serious, bro. All right, guys. So dollar index still falling here. SPY starting to go green on the day. Hey, let's see if it does. But dollar starting to go green on the day. Look at the dollar dropping down. Look at the SPY ripping up. It's at 362.50. So the dollar's not going green. I'm sorry. But the SPY is trying to go green. We're just under the previous closing price. Previous close is at 362.70s here. Dollar index testing that 200 moving average right now. You can see it's a relevant level. We bounced right off of that short term here. So, again, we'll see. Do you think if we stagnate at this inflation level, people see it as good? It's not going up, or bad that's not going down? Oh, that's a tough one, man. I'm not sure. I think either way. I think good. I think it'll probably be interpreted as good, but again, we're just guessing here. With what happened with markets last week, is it wrong to assume a Fed pivot is possible because the markets can't take another big hit like this? Maybe. I think it's less likely, though. I think the markets could probably take it, and I think people are just, upset. but I think that in the end, markets will probably be okay. Earning will be better than expected. Maybe earnings coming out. So yeah, big earnings. So we got big bank earnings Friday. So Friday we got a lot of big bank earnings. Friday morning is when it is. Following that, next week we got some big earnings. Tesla, Netflix, a lot of big stuff coming out. All right, guys. Apple moving up. Dollar index testing under the 200 moving average here. Under the 200 moving average. All right, guys. Dollar index still moving down. SPY about to go green on the day. So the SPY is rebounding over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes. 9 green candles in a row here. SPY moving up to test the previous closing price. It looks good. Let's see if it actually hits it now. It is moving up to test the previous closing price. We'll see if it continues that. Yeah, Apple green on the day. SPY testing green on the day. Going up after red action Friday. All right, guys, let's see if the dollar index, again, we want to see this dollar index continue to fall here. There's one red pullback in the SPY here. So starting to get a little bit of a red pullback here. I mean, it's not rebounding all the way from what we did last Friday, but nice to see us bounce back some here. Sheesh, man. Everybody on Twitter arguing about politics, bro. That's like all I'm seeing. It's like political arguments, bro. Like, listen, if you're arguing about politics on Twitter, reevaluate your life, guys. Both sides. Anyways, dollar index falling down big here. You love to see it. Look at this big drop. Look at this big drop. This should cause the SPY, I think, to go green on the day. Let's see if we get that pop in the SPY. Big drop in the dollar index. Let's see if we get a big bounce in the SPY here. All right, guys. Again, we got a big drop in the dollar index. Let's see if this pushes the SPY to green on the day. We're close enough here. Again, this previous closing price is right around 362.79 on the SPY. 362.79. So we'll see if we actually hold that spot. Again, we're at 362.70s here. We're trying. Dollar index still falling down. Let's see if we can get under 113s here. There's the SPY pop. It's at 362.74s right now on the SPY. 362.74s. All right, guys. So getting a pullback in the SPY here. So we didn't actually break the previous closing price. Bloomberg terminal to cost 30K in 2023. Phew, man, that's terrible, Joshua. I was thinking about getting it, to be honest, but not anymore, man. No, the markets aren't closed today, East. The bond market is closed, but the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ are open. Do you think we in green on the day? I think we probably in green today, but I'm not 100% sure. Of course, nobody is. I think we probably do. I think in terms of extension, it's on the down. It's on the upside now after the big red Friday we had. So I think there might be some extension. And green in tomorrow. Hey, we'll see. I hope we get a green day. Tesla. Again, here's Apple on the right. Here's Tesla on the left, or on the right. I mean, Tesla's starting to creep back up to in green today as well. Again, you can see the dollar index falling down, which is precisely what you want to see. You want to see the dollar index falling down. CPI prediction. I don't know. I think they do a good job at balancing it. I hope we come in a little bit below expectations. I hope we get lower than expected CPI, but of course, nobody really knows for sure. Yeah, I mean, people were wondering after I called out the BS, after I got the BS personal foul that we got against the Bucks, the Saints got against the Bucks. Now people are talking about the roughing the passer call in the Bucks game. I'm telling you, bro, they're gifting Tom Brady his wins. Like, it's very clear. Like, they are incredibly biased. They want him like, again, you want to know why the NFL is doing this, right? The NFL is doing this. It's very simple. The NFL is doing this because they want Tom Brady, who brings in numbers, he brings in views, to get to the World Series. That's an automatic big game. To be honest, guys, you want me to be real? The entire NFL probably does to a certain extent, you know. Now, not the teams, but like all the executives in the NFL, they want Tom Brady to make it to the Super Bowl this year. You know, it's his last year, and so they know that's going to bring in the money. They know that's going to bring in the dollars. And so, what do you see? You see some really suspect calls on Tom Brady's favor, in Tom Brady's favor. Like, that's what you see, unfortunately. Yeah, the World Series, bro. Hey, you know, in the Super Bowl. I mean, did I say World Series? My bad. Sorry, bro. We're in a period of time where we got the wild card games in baseball, and then we got we got NFL going on simultaneously. So if I get them mixed up, don't blame me. My Astros play tomorrow. Hey, and I saw the Phillies won their wild card games. I saw the Rays lost. You know, I saw the Mariners have been winning. So I don't know. The Mariners are good. They won their first playoff game in a long time. I think it was like 10 years. So good for them. Astros are going to be playing. I think a lot of people, the only team I'm really afraid of is the Yankees. You know, the Yankees, they're good. They got Judge over there demolishing baseballs. Your kids play too? Yeah, my kids play baseball. Yeah, they do. Look, here's my daughter. I posted this video the other day. Let me find it. It's way back there. My kids are getting pretty good, though. Here it is. So here's my daughter playing. My daughter's been playing baseball since he was little though. Like my daughter's better than my son is by far. Good softball player. My daughter plays softball though. Yeah. So my daughter's good. My son's finally at the level of baseball where I can throw the ball back and forth and he'll catch it almost every single time and throw it back to me. You know, he's finally at that level. So it took a long time. Wait, what are you saying, David? Are you a troll, bro? Or what are you saying? Can anybody else interpret what David just said as anything other than a troll? Or am I just like misinterpreting this? Not a baseball fan, but I do like Kyle Schwarber. Hey, Kyle Schwarber's good, dude. What's the funding thing you're trying out? And what are the requirements? So I am sponsored by TopStep, number one. You can check out the link in the description. You can also see a pin at the top of the page. What TopStep does is they give you a demo. So they give you a demo. I'm in the 150K one. And if I can hit their profit target while following their rules, they fund me between 50 up to 150K. Base one's the 50K, so they give you 50K in funding. But essentially, they give you a demo account first, right? They give you a demo account. If you can hit their target while following their rules, they fund you, right? The base one, the 50K one, you got to hit 3K in profit. So basically they give you a demo account. If you can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and pass phase two, there's two different phases. Then they fund you 50K with a 90% split. There's also 150K and 100K packages. So again, if you take that, once you're funded, they pay out millions every year, right? So they paid out over $3 million last year in withdrawals from funded traders. They funded thousands of traders. And so again, it's just a way to get around the PDT rule. There's no PDT in futures, so you can day trade short as much as you want with no PDT restrictions. Okay, got you. Yeah, for whatever reason, we're just gonna ban him. Yeah, I gotta go. Who? Yeah, man. Is 500 enough to start trading micro futures in your opinion? Oof. Yeah, so dollar index is rising up here. This is going to cause some shorts downward momentum here. Yeah, just kind of weird, man. It's so strange that you got people that just kind of sit in your stream and they go to your stream every day. Like, bro, you realize just how little of a life some people have, man. I feel bad for people like that, bro. Like, if that's your life, if you're just kind of sitting around in my stream waiting to talk smack about my kids, you've got a sad, sad life, man. A sad, sad life. Jealousy and insecurity must be just super strong in people like that, man. I pity them. So it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that people are living life acting like that. Like that's your life, bro. Yeah, I don't know. I hope CPI comes in better than expected, so lower than expected. We'll see. Is $500 enough to start trading micro futures? I don't know, man. $500 is a very small amount of money. Probably not. It's enough to try like a funded account program, or something like that. But $500 a month is nothing. Or $500 is nothing in futures, right? Like things move quickly. Even if it's micros, it's just going to be hard to really get anything done, I think, with 500. But yeah, I don't know. Chad, what do you guys think? Is $500 enough for futures? I don't think so, but maybe. I'm only looking to take about a trade or two a month. I don't want to overtrade. Okay, so you're going to be swing trading futures, is what you mean. I don't know. Maybe. It depends. It depends on what kind of trading you're trying to do, to be honest. Like swing trading, investing in the futures market, sure. But like short-term day trading, no. Do you guys think the NFL is going to come out and say something about basically the conspiracy that they're protecting Tom Brady? Does anybody think the NFL is going to even say anything? Do you think they're even going to talk about it? All right, guys, dollar index rebounding all the way up here. Look at this big bounce here. So basically pulling back markets here. So dollar index just flying up. You could start with $100 if you grow. No, man, $100 isn't anywhere close to enough to trade. If you got $100, you might as well save. I see a lot of people trying to start with small accounts like that. It's a waste of time. It's a complete waste of time. You got $100, it's going to be virtually impossible to grow $100 into $100K or whatever it is. It's just not a reasonable expectation. Again, if you got $100 and that's all the money you have, instead of trying to trade, you should probably try to find something like another. Like, here's the thing, right? I know it's not what anybody wants to hear because everybody wants to have hope, right? And I understand needing hope, and I understand that truly, I do. But if you've got less than $1,000 and you want to trade, don't, right? Save up money. Like, save up your money. And then, if you have less than like 5K, I would say just save up your money and then maybe swing trade or invest for a while. Try to roll up a stack and swing trading or investing, and then, maybe add more to it and do other stuff. All right, guys. So again, let's see if the dollar index can fall back down some. Yeah, paper trade while you're learning. you can scalp 500 and make 50 a trade. Sure you can, but you're basically trying to make 10% of your account per trade. And like, yeah, you can do that. It doesn't mean you should. Like again, a lot of people, most of the time, they're people who are either sold on buying courses from some fake gurus, is essentially what it is. Most of the time, people like that, um, most of the time, they don't understand the reality of it, right? So if you're trying to make 10% per trade, right, 10% per trade, you might be able to do that successfully 1 or 2 times, but eventually you're going to lose. And when you lose, you're going to lose everything, right? In order to make 10% per trade consistently, you're going to have to take so much risk that eventually your account's going to go bye-bye, you know? And that's the thing that people don't understand. Like, can you do it? Sure. Is it profitable long-term to do so? No. And so, yeah, you could day trade with trying to make 10% per trade, but the odds are stacked against you. Like I said before, and I talked about this before, the more money you try to trade, or the bigger percentage per day that you try to make, the more risk to your account there ultimately is, right? And so if you try to make 5% a day, 10% a day, 20% a day, you might be able to do it a couple days, but eventually you're going to lose. And when you lose, the risks that you have to take in order to make those type of gains are so high that eventually your account's just going to go away. You're going to take some massive losses, take some big drawdowns in your account, because the risk that you need to take per trade, trying to make 10% per trade, is just outstandingly high. And it's just going to end up destroying your account. Ross does a small account challenge. Yeah, but if anybody's trying to sell a course, anybody that's trying to sell a course doing a small account challenge, I don't trust. Again, I'll put it this way, right? It's very easy for penny stock traders specifically, and I'm talking about penny stock traders. It's very easy for penny stock traders that have huge followings to front load into positions, right? They buy up ABC stock, low float, influenced, an influential stock, right? They buy up ABC of a penny stock with a very small float that they can influence, right? And then they buy it up, and then they announce 20 minutes later, after they've entered the position with size, they announce 20 minutes later to their following, hey guys, I just bought ABC stock, right? And so ABC stock immediately rips up 10%. They take profit into that trade, and then when they make money doing that per day, they sell you a course on it, right? That is what's going on, is that they're front loading into positions. They are using their following to influence those positions. Then they're selling it, and then they're flashing their profit to their viewers, saying, look what I did, look what I did. But the problem is that for all your viewers at home, you don't have the means, you don't have the following to do that, right? Aside from the ethics argument, you don't have the following to do that, And so trying to copy them is going to be a losing endeavor almost always. And that's the truth. That's the reality. I get it. Some people don't want to believe it's like that, but it's like that, I think, Again, not saying any names, not gonna target anybody specifically here. I'm just telling you guys, that's what happens in small cap penny stocks. That's what goes on, is they use their following to make a bunch of money, and then they sell them courses on how to do it. The course should be one sentence. I pump up stocks with my following. In course. Done. Ugh. Yeah, rug pull. Yeah. Yeah, dude, if you can make 0.25% a day, you're doing great. Yeah, I'm not saying any names. Do you guys have spread betting in the US? I don't know. What's spread betting? I've heard it before. I just can't remember what it is exactly. I don't think so, but we might. Does oil look overbought with the OPEC report? I don't know, man. Let's see if the market ends up ripping up here more. Look at falling down more. So again, the dollar index, guys, is starting to drop here. Look at the dollar index fall. It's at 113.19s. Yeah, that's why they always sell off after they're pumped. Exactly, Jay. Exactly. You want to know the reason why most penny stocks fail is because most penny stocks shouldn't be up like where they were to begin with, right? Yeah. Like listen to what David says. He said, "I've been here a while and I've heard the same speech 100 times. It's all true. Pay attention." Right? Pay attention, man. Like, don't get your pride in the way. Like, I get it. A lot of people have their hopes and dreams wrapped up into some type of penny stock like guru course, right? I understand that, and so that's going to make the truth hard for some people to hear, which is that you don't have it like that, and you're not going to be able to trade that way. No matter how good you get, you're not going to be able to make those type of returns like they are, right? Because they are using their following to influence positions, and they might pretend they're not. Why do you think they're only targeting very low float penny stocks? Why do you think they're announcing those to their following? Like, if that's not going on, why do you think that is? I get so many people that say, "Nah, bro, I heard when they announced that they were in the stock." It's like, yeah, you heard when they announced that they were in it. They were probably in it about 20 minutes before that, front loading into it, you know? And the hardest part is that it's the legality is, it's possible that it's not even illegal. I don't know, right? But the legality is iffy. You don't know it's hard to tell whether it's legal or not, to influence positions like that. It's going to be quiet until CPI day. Not at all, Vasilis. Not at all, brother. Listen, it's a big week, bro. Not just because CPI. Just to put it into perspective, this is the week we got coming up. Okay, we have PPI Wednesday. We have Fed minutes Wednesday at 2 p.m. So Wednesday morning, 8:30 PPI drops. Wednesday evening at 2 p.m., we have the Fed minutes report drops. Thursday, we got CPI. Friday, we've got something else as well. Friday, we also have bank earnings. And so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday are big in terms of economic activity and data. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are big. I don't think we have anything up until Wednesday. But again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, big numbers. Also, yeah, Wednesday we have PPI. So Wednesday's big. We have Fed minutes Wednesday as well. We have ECB speaking tomorrow. And then today we've got some Fed minutes, but nothing really major. It's Canadian Thanksgiving. So shout out to all my Canadian brothers and sisters. Hey, we appreciate you guys. Hey, what's up, Eric? On a cash account, I can trade as many times as I want. You can trade as much as you have the equity for. Cash account, there's no PDT restrictions, so you can day trade as much as you want without PDT restrictions, but you do have the T2 rule, what's called the T2 rule. Cash account, you don't get instant settlement, and so if you spend $1,000 in a trade, you got to wait 2 days to get that $1,000 put back into your account. And so if you have the equity, if you have 10K, yeah, you can essentially, take $5,000 a day to trade with, but you got to wait 2 days to get that 5,000 back into your account. Yeah, bro, it's a big week, man. It's a big week. Yeah, hit that like button, guys. We appreciate it. What's up, Stefan? Fed chair speak Tuesday. New York 5-year inflation predictions. Friday unemployment numbers. Yep. Big week. Yeah. Sadly, those people are probably gambling addicts. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I've got to get burned on one of those courses or avoid. Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to believe me. Like, everybody wants to believe. Yeah, they're not selling you a course. They're selling you $1 million dream. 100%. That's kind of how it goes, bro. Again, I'm not knocking it. Again, just it's unfortunate. Like, again, I'm not claiming to be perfect here. And I don't mention names because I'm really not trying to start drama. Like, you'll never hear me say, hey, XYZ trader is bad, right? You'll never hear me say that, right? But I tell you guys the things to look out for, right? And now some people still get kind of weird about it because they know that they're doing things that I'm talking about, right? But it kind of creates this beautiful situation where it's like, I'm not mentioning names. And so anybody that gets mad at me or gets weird with me, they're the ones doing it, right? Penny stocks are predatory as a whole. Like, right, like a lot of traders, they have much better results in futures. Right, futures market very profitable. Futures market, their liquidity is better in futures than it is in stocks a lot of the time. There's no PDT restrictions in futures. You can do funded account programs like Top Step in futures. Futures market is just a lot, like it's a lot less restrictive in terms of trading than penny stocks, than trading large caps. And so a lot of people should be trading the futures market. They just don't realize it yet because they've been sold on like penny stock marketing, or they've been sold on, whatever. Right. But the futures market, easiest way to get around the PDT rule. You can day trade short, and you can try out stuff like Top Step. If you look at the link in the description, you can try out Top Step. They are a sponsor of mine, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But even if you don't use Top Step, right, trading the futures market is much less restrictive than stocks, much less restrictive than penny stocks, especially. And this is a lot less predatory in futures, in my opinion. All right, guys, dollar index is starting to dip short term, though. Look at this. Let's see if we can break back under the 200 moving average. We got the 200 EMA right here at 113. Let's see if we can break underneath that. That's kind of what we want. Hey, nice, Colin. Why are people saying today may be green? I just think people are judging an extension. I think people are just judging extension. I think if you look at the SPY from last week here, if you look at the SPY from last week, we had a pretty big drop Friday. Now, last week as a whole, I think was green. Let's see, we started the week on, what was the day we started it? We started last week on the 3rd, right? So this was the start of the week, right? So we actually had a somewhat break-even week, slightly green, but somewhat break-even. But I think just in terms of general extension, I think we had a big drop Friday, right? Like here, you can see the big drop, and I think people are basing everything off of that. Yeah, commissions are a little bit higher, sure, for sure. That's one of the downsides of it. But I still think, like, I think that the commissions are negligible enough to still be able to have some highly profitable trading. And I think more so than anything else, right? I think it's going to allow people to get the experience they need, in markets. Is really what I think it is. I think it's going to give people experience when they need it. Because futures, you can actively trade as much as you need to. You know what I mean? Man, a lot of people talking about the roughing the passer call on Brady. What do you guys think? All right, guys. Again, dollar index moving down here. We want to see a drop under this 200 EMA. Tesla starting to pop back up. It's at 222s. So 223.07 is the previous closing price for Tesla. On the SPY, again, you can see it's right around 262.79. And so on the SPY, we're right around there. If so, we may be oversold potentially. I think that's why people have a potentially bullish look today. But again, vote on the poll here. If you look at the poll we got going on, we asked people, does the market bounce back this week? 49, or we're complete 50-50 split, man. Check out this poll. We're a pure 50-50 split. And I can kind of see the poll go back and forth. Out of 500 plus votes here, does the market bounce back this week? Again, 516 voted. 50% said yes, 50% said no. So nice break even poll. So again, split down the middle. And again, vote on the poll. Let us know what you guys think. We got about 520 votes so far. The Bank of England has announced additional measures to support market functions. Let's take a look. Yeah. We'll see. Again, Disney starting to bounce back a little bit. We want to see this dollar index fall here. Again, we've had some sideways, but slightly bullish action this morning. You see the dollar is actually green on the day. Yeah, man. The refs always dislike us, bro. They always love Bama. They always hate LSU. Probably because the SEC facility is in Birmingham. You know. Hmm. Is there any way I could send people a message as soon as they join my Discord server to say, hey, I'm never going to message you sending you anywhere? AMD RSI in the toilet. Yeah, well, chip stocks are. Here's AMD. Just down so much, man. I might start buying these up. Chip stocks specifically. Nvidia down to 120 here. Is it time to start buying up chips? It's down so much already. All right, Bitcoin's still moving back up here. Again, we got some drops. We want to see if this holds, though, team. We got some time. Chips are a must buy, bro. Yeah, I like chips right here. But again, the question is, what happens with CPI this week, though? Like, I would be buying up more stuff, but again, it depends on what happens with CPI. You know what I mean? Like, we need... I need to wait for CPI to finish. All right, guys, so we're getting a dip here. Let's see if we drop out of the 200 moving average here. Tesla, Apple. Apple's a cheap little dip buy, too. It's at 140s right now. Tesla back at 222s here. So big red action in markets. All right, guys. Dollar index still consolidating right over the 200 moving average here. SPY dipping down to 362.20s. Yeah, 100%, Chris. That's the only reason I'm waiting here. I'm not buying chips yet. Like I think in terms of objective value, they might be cheap, but I think you got to buy the right one. Like Intel all the way down. Intel hasn't really gotten super affected by this. Intel's still at 25s. And so Intel might be worth like a little dip for me. But again, I'm just going to wait for now. I'm not sure, Craig. Well, we could obviously go lower. Depends on what the inflation report says later this week, right? That's again, that's very influential and impactful over markets. Here's this inflation report that's dropping this week. That's going to impact everything, and so in that regard, we need to just be very careful because again, uh, stuff might be going on today or this week in terms of inflation, and so if inflation's worse, if we get a higher inflation reading later on this week, then that's going to cause markets to probably fall some more. And so, in that regard, we need to just kind of be patient and wait and see if we can find something, favorable to show up. But I'm not going to be pushing too heavy in a big economic week. Maybe after CPI on Thursday, we might take some positions. All right, so the Mets are out. All right, guys. Again, dollar index at 113s. SPY ripping up big here. Look at a beautiful bounce on the SPY here. So the dollar index falling back under the 200 EMA. All right, guys. Again, let's see if the market can actually go green on the day now. Yeah, Thursday market is gonna. I don't know if it's gonna fly or not, but the Thursday the market's gonna move. I know that. I know market's gonna fly, like move Thursday for sure. Bro, everywhere I look on Twitter, people are mad about that Brady call, that roughing the passer call on Brady. It was just a standard sack, bro. The fact that they called it roughing the passer is like I said, man. I've been telling people this, bro. The NFL is gonna do what makes them money. All right. And so in that regard, they want Tom Brady to go to another Super Bowl in his last season. They know that that's going to bring in record views if Tom Brady goes to the Super Bowl in his last season. And so they know that that's going to be the best for their company. And so in that regard, what do you see happen? You see a lot of suspect calls in Tom Brady's favor because they're kind of indirectly controlling the game. You know, Tesla dipping down some here. Let's see what happened with Tesla. So Tesla trying to go green again on the day. So here's Tesla on the right side. So yeah, Tesla's down 30%, 33% over the last couple of days here. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, in the last 20 days, Tesla's down from 313s, essentially all the way down to 218s at one point. So just massive drops. Are y'all buying Tesla dip? Let me know. What do you guys think? Yeah, for sure, Jay. It's unfortunate that it's influenced that way, though. You know what I mean? All right, guys. So again, like we have the 200 moving average right above the dollar index here. Now, this is going to be influential over price action because if we reject here, SPY will bounce, right? We end up not rejecting here and continue pushing up. The SPY is going to continue dipping here. So you can see there's an inverse correlation. We'll see what happens. Tesla on the right. We also have Apple here down under 140s for Apple. So right around 140 at least for Apple. Microsoft here, if we check out that, what is that? 233. Snapchat at 1060s for Snapchat. So I might start to add to Snapchat a little bit as well here. We have Google down to 99s here. Amazon at 114.60s, 114.60s for Amazon here. So we got some dips that we can take advantage of. I might buy Snapchat, but again, I'm going to just wait for now. RG3 talking about not roughing the passer too. He's mad about that Brady call, bro. I'm telling you. I talked about this after the Saints game. When the Saints played the Bucks, I talked a bit about this after that game. The same exact concept or the same exact issue I had with the Saints game, people are now having with the Falcons game. At a certain point, it starts to get kind of crazy, you know. All right, guys. Again, we're testing the 200 EMA for the dollar index. We're at 113s right now. Again, let's see if we reject here. We're right at that level now. We just popped back over the 200 moving average. Kind of sideways action here. Again, this is a big week, but today and tomorrow are the slowest days of the week. After Tuesday, that's when the chaos really starts. So after tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday are the big days this week. They're huge days for market activity. Bought 3K of Tesla calls expiring this week before close on Friday, hoping the market gives a small rip it open. We'll see, Craig. Good luck, bro. Whatever way retail goes, the Fed will go to the other way. How's Rivian doing since the recall? Yeah, for sure, Jay. I haven't looked at Rivian lately. All right, there's a move back over the 200 moving average for the dollar index here, unfortunately. So the dollar index is moving. Rivian down big on the day as well here. Starting to bounce back is at 31.60s for Rivian here. All right, guys, dollar index is at 113s. Yeah, look at Antonio Martinez. See, at least he's an ape and he's actually calling out. He said the worst kind of people are the ones that used AMC to build their Twitter and YouTube platform, then change their narratives because they don't believe in the squeeze anymore. 100%, bro. Worst type of people, bro. And you see what a lot of the AMC GameStop crowd now. You know, like I was never a believer in AMC or GameStop like that. Like I like AMC where we're currently at, but I never thought it was going to squeeze to 1,000. You know, I always thought that it was sensationalized too much. You know, it was a little bit predatory. And so I've had the same thesis on AMC and GameStop for the last 2 years plus. But you see a lot of big time AMC GameStop traders build up these huge followings, and then once they have the big followings, then they switch it up. You know, I don't like AMC and GameStop anymore. It's like, yeah, because you know it's not actually doing what you told people it would. All right, guys, dollar index ripping back up here, man. We're seeing big swings in the dollar index is what I'm noticing here. So again, it's a sideways choppy day. It's a Fed week, right? So we got some Fed stuff dropping. We got CPI, we got Fed meetings, we got Fed minutes report, we've got earnings, we've got PPI Wednesday. So it's an economic release week. And during these big weeks, a lot of the time the market's indecisive. We don't know what the market's going to do. And so you can kind of see that in the dollar index as well here. Dollar index making a big drop, big bounce up, big drop, big bounce up. And so we're not really getting any easy direction. We're mostly sideways and neutral right now. Yeah, but I think new traders are easy to talk stuff into. Like somebody said, AMC to 1K was ridiculous, was losing 75 million a quarter when they called that. Yeah, I think new traders are easy to talk into stuff, right? I think that's what essentially happened. Where I think new traders that don't quite understand the market, they don't quite understand the nuance behind it, they don't quite understand that AMC is not going to squeeze up to over 1,000. AMC is not going to have a larger market cap than Microsoft or whatever, right? Like AMC's not going to squeeze up like that. Like no matter what, even if the shorts were in there, they wouldn't let it happen, right? Like nobody would let it happen, right? But I think new traders are just really easy to talk into things, right? So you can give them a bunch of obscure data and say, oh, well, look, if this happens and then this happens and then this happens and then this happens, then this could happen, right? And some people who like, it's kind of like selling the lottery to people, right? Like some people buy the lottery because they just get super hyped up. It's like, oh, 400 million, payout. And so people just get really hyped up and excited. That's kind of essentially what it is, right? When you tell people that they're going to get rich, it's really easy to talk them into things. It's one of the reasons you get like marketing the way you do in trading is because it's really easy to talk people into things when you tell them they're gonna get rich, right? But what that does is it clouds judgment in that regard, to where you don't see things how they truly are. You see things for how you want them to be with confirmation bias. And in turn, it's just really easy. And so that's kind of what happened with AMC. Like what people truly have to understand is that short squeezes do not last forever. Like sure, you saw it with Bed Bath & Beyond, you saw it with AMC, you saw it with GameStop, right? At this point, it's been years since the AMC GameStop squeeze, right? And short squeezes simply do not last forever. Like they're not going to go on forever. And so if you're in a squeeze move, if you're in a stock that has went up dramatically, and you're up 1,000%, it's probably time to take profit. I don't care how many people are telling you never to sell, never to sell. I don't care how many people are telling you that. Most of the time, they're afraid that you're going to negatively influence their positions. But the reality of it is that short squeezes do not last forever. And so if you're up 1,000% and you don't take at least some profit off, it's your fault that you lose money on that position. It is your fault completely, because anytime that you're up 1,000%, you should at least take half of it off, in my opinion. Protect the trade. You can still hold it, but protect the trade. That's what trading is all about. And again, they'll say, oh, it's not about that. It's about the principle. No, it's not. It's about making money. That's what the stock market is about. That's what the short traders are doing. That's what the hedge funds are doing. That's what the big banks are doing. That's what retail traders are doing. They are in this to make money. If you want to give away your life savings off of principle, go ahead. But like the truth is, look at it for what it is, and don't hate anybody that has the opposing view. That's the reality. All right, so dollar index choppy sideways slightly. We're not super down here. You can see if you look at the SPY, the 200 moving average and the VWAP are just below us. So we might actually potentially hold at those levels. I have a feeling it's going to pump hard on the CPI. Well, it depends on what CPI comes out as. It depends on what we show for CPI. This is what I needed to hear 2 Junes ago. I screwed myself over. Yeah, man. And listen, I was saying it 2 Junes ago too, bro. Like if anybody watched my stream, like what happened? Like this is what happened. Like right during the AMC GameStop craziness, y'all want me to tell you what happened here? During that, like we started covering the AMC squeeze because everybody was covering it, and we got good views, right? We got like a couple thousand people here during that craziness, and like we started to get the ape community watching my streams. But as you guys know, I have to be honest with people. And so towards the end of the AMC GameStop squeeze, whenever GameStop was at like $500, I was telling people, hey, this is not going to hold. You need to take your profit. Like this is not going to hold. And I had a lot of people get mad at me. And so the AMC GameStop crowd turned against me because I told them that GameStop was not going to hold at $500 and that they shouldn't just add to it, that it wasn't going to hold. They insulted me. They attacked me. They blamed it on me. They basically said I was a hedge fund spy was the big joke is what they said. They said, no, he's a hedge fund spy. Don't listen to him. Right now, in hindsight, post squeeze GameStop. GameStop was about $100. Right now, it'd be about $70 or $80 pre-squeeze or pre-split, right? And so I was absolutely right about that. But but the AMC GameStop crowd just didn't like me after I said that because again, sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes the truth hurts, man, and it is what it is. But you got to look at it objectively, And nobody wants to hear it, and I understand that. But like, my job is to be real with traders, and that's what we're gonna do. Right. My mom messaged me. This was during the Dogecoin craziness, man. And my mom messaged me and said, "Hey, John, should I buy Dogecoin?" When Dogecoin was at like 65 cents. And what I told my mom was, no, do not buy Dogecoin. If you're hearing about it outside the stock market, it's too late. It's probably going to fall, Yeah, and I ended up making a bunch of money from GameStop and AMC because of that, right? Like I ended up making money because I sold where I should have sold, you know. Um like listen, every time you get something like that, you're always going to have people who are just saying, "Oh, well, we can go up a little bit farther." It's like it's not about if we all hold together. I see Chris saying, "For every seller there's a buyer and for every buyer there's a seller. There will always be someone on the other side with the opposite view." 100%. Well, that's how the market works. If we all had the same idea to buy, then who would sell? Right, exactly. There's always going to be the opposing view. And your job in squeezes like that is to not be the last person holding it because the last person holding it always gets stuck, right? And so in those squeezes, you're going to have all these type of people pressure you. Like it happened with Bed Bath and Beyond, it happened with AMC, it happened with GameStop, right? During these squeezes, you're going to have people pressuring you to never sell. They're going to say, "Oh, don't sell, losers sell, diamond hands," but it's like, bro, your job is to sell. Because you know why? Because other people are 100% going to sell. No matter how no matter how much in harmony you are with everybody else, I promise you, emotions are going to get there. People are going to sell. And so if you get stubborn and refuse to cut it, you are going to be sitting in a losing position, you know? And it's not about the principle. It's not about punishing the hedge funds. At this point in time, most of the hedge funds and big banks are outside of they're not in AMC and GameStop anymore. They have liquidated their positions. Right, so you're not really punishing anybody in it anymore. You're just kind of towing the line of people that are wanting to influence their positions. No, I didn't give anybody financial advice. What I told my mom is that I wouldn't. You know, and even if I did give my mom that, it's my mom. She's not going to sue me, and I was right in hindsight anyway. But I told my mom, "Hey, look, I wouldn't buy Dogecoin." And in hindsight, I was right. I protected my mom in that regard. My mom did. I could still pull up the message. My mom said, "Hey, John, Dogecoin is getting a lot of talked about in the news." This is like the exact conversation. "Hey, John, Dogecoin is getting talked about in the news. Should I put money into it?" "I wouldn't, Mom. Dogecoin is really extended. It doesn't actually do anything, and it'll probably not hold these gains." And so in hindsight, I was right. And again, it kind of goes to show you, like, if you're hearing about it outside the stock market, if your relatives are messaging you about it, it's probably too late. Yeah, all good, Paul. All good, bro. And like, I just did my taxes for last year. Like last year, we did pretty good in terms of capital gains. Like I just finished my taxes for last year, and I'm not claiming to be profitable or anything like that. Like I'm not, right? Like I'm not claiming to be profitable, or anything like that. I'm not. Um, Let me find it. Uh, oh wait, that's the wrong one. Ah, there it is. All right. So yeah, I'm not just claiming to be profitable or anything like that. Oh, no, that's the wrong one too. Sorry, guys. Here it is. Oh my gosh. It's so hard to find my actual tax return. I don't know where it is. Shows how much I owed in taxes. Honestly, I get mad even looking at this amount, dude. All right, I'll just find it this way. All right, here it is, right? So my capital gains for last year. Oh my gosh, dude. Here it is, right? So my capital gains from last year, guys, was, let's find it. We did pretty good last year in terms of trading. Our capital gains were, you know, I gotta be very careful here. Yeah, so my capital gains from last year was this. That was my capital gains for last year. So we did pretty solid. I mean, I'll take it. You know, green is good. Dollar index breaking down here. This is great for stocks. And that's with crypto and stock. So that's both crypto income and stock income as well. So like we did pretty solid last year. I'm not even claiming to be some great profitable trader though. But on my taxes, that was my capital gains. But the SPY is at 362.30s. Yeah, I hate taxes, dude. What percentage of your earnings do you suggest putting aside for taxes? It depends on how you're trading, what you're trading. If it's business income, it depends on a lot of nuance. You know, I get taxed out of the wazoo because I've been lazy and I haven't set up an S corporation for myself, which is what I'm doing for next year. Yeah, I don't mind paying taxes. It feels good to pay as much taxes as I do. I don't mind paying taxes, but it's bittersweet, you know. Guys, look at the dollar fall here. Dollar falling down, SPY rip it up. S corporation, I think it's S corp. It might be C corp, but S corporation allows me to avoid the self-employment tax by paying myself a salary like a corporation, right? So by paying yourself a salary by a corporation, essentially gets rid of the it essentially gets rid of the self-employment 13% tax. So it essentially saved me 13% on the year. Hey, I'll be right back, guys. Give me 1 second. I got to help do something real quick. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Guys, dollar is starting to fall down dramatically here, which is great. We're testing that 113 level. Yeah, like I said, my big thing for tax year next year is to do an S corp, because again, what an S corp does, if you want to know the benefit of an S corporation, what an S corporation allows you to do is it allows you to organize your business to where if you're an LLC, or if you're paying taxes as an LLC, which is what I'm doing, I'm having to pay the self-employment tax, right? By organizing my business as a corporation, I can pay myself a salary every month, right? Or a yearly salary, essentially. And what that enables me to do is that I can pay myself a salary. And then because of that, I'm not taxed. I don't have to pay the self employment tax, you know? And so my taxes are much less in that regard, which is kind of what I have to do now. All right, guys. So we're getting a big pullback in the SPY. But again, I'm not even claiming to be an expert or like a professional trader or anything like that. I certainly don't live off of my trading profits, and um, I certainly don't live more off of my trading profits. I instead do a lot of different things. So I'm not claiming to be a professional trader or anything like that, because I'm not. Housing market's going to start falling down now, guys, which is good. Honestly, we need the housing market to fall. All right, guys. So again, let's see if the SPY could actually go green. Dollar index did bounce right at that 113 level. All right, so 362.50 on the SPY. Rivian down there. Let's look at Tesla or Apple here. Here's Tesla, 221.80s. Yeah, you got to pay income tax anyway, though. Yeah, I can do distributions as well. Yeah, I can do payroll, but again, in hindsight, I don't know. We'll see. Right now, we're just a basic single member LLC, but we'll see. All right, guys. Dollar index still falling down. Broke under that 113 level. Under that 113 level, we got the SPY at 362.65s. Yeah, for sure. All right, guys. Dollar just broke down under 113. SPY just went green on the day. So the SPY just ripped up and went green on the day, guys. Over the previous close, SPY just went green. And again, one of the platforms I've been using to figure out where the momentum is in my scalping, guys, is an indicator service called Chart Prime. For the basics, like one of my favorite ways to use this is I look at the chart and I try to figure out where the momentum is, right? So if you look at the bullish engulfing candle right here, if you look at the bullish engulfing candle, these can help call the bottoms and tops fairly easily, right? So if you look at Friday's action, bullish engulfing candle, look at the green momentum that showed up from this here. Again, bullish engulfing candle, we get some nice follow through momentum. Look at this thing literally predict the bottoms in the chart. Bullish engulfing, big bounce, bullish engulfing, big bounce here. And so again, you can use these indicator services to predict top and bottoms. Look how accurate these things are. Look, okay, so like let's go back to this one here. bearish engulfing candle, big drop, follow through, big drop, follow through. Again, bearish engulfing candle. What happens? Nice drops, follow through here. And so I'm using these indicator services called Chart Prime to identify where the momentum is. Makes it really, really simple to predict momentum and use it. There's also a ton of other ways to use this stuff, though. Like if we put up their oscillator or their oracle here, which is really my favorite, it has a predictive algorithm. And so it shows you basically, you can look at the chart and figure out. Let's see if it might take a little second to load. There we go. So it just loaded. We'll put this back up here. But what this does is Trading View's got to work on there. There we go. Let me zoom in a little bit. Much better. So again, you can use this to identify, look, this is a predictive algorithm, right? So it literally predicts what you're going to do. It's not a lagging algorithm. Possible reversal up. Look at that really nice bounce. Again, possible reversal up over the next 20, 30 minutes, 20, 30 minute rebound, 20 or 30 minute rebound here. And you can go back and see how accurate this is. Again, it was kind of halfway right here, but possible reversal up, big rebound, bearish engulfing candle drop. And so what you can do is you can use their oscillator as well. And their oscillator, if you find momentum like this, where you get double the momentum, again, possible reversal down, possible reversal up. When you look at this during market hours, say you look at like the S&P 500, you'll see how accurate some of these indicator services are. Now, again, they are a sponsor of our video, but it's very cheap and you can get 20% off by using the promo code when you sign up, BTRADE, B-Trade, BTRADE in caps. And again, just a lot of stuff here. They have this, they have automatic support and resistance, so you can kind of look to see what they're doing in terms of support and resistance. It'll automatically document like the big support and resistance areas on the chart, so you can kind of see where the big levels are. And when you use all of these in conjunction with each other, again, it could just be really, really profitable. SPY flying up here. We'll post this link in chat. Again, you can use the promo code BTRADE for 20% off. You can also find the link in the description as well if you want to check it out. They are a sponsor of our video. Great way to help support your boy here. There's the link. Check it out. All right, guys, huge rebound. This is what I told you guys. I was pretty bullish in this, though. Like, I thought we might get some rebounds today. And the reason I thought that is because Friday, we were kind of oversold Friday. Like, we dropped a lot Friday morning, or Friday during the day. We dropped substantially Friday. And so, again, a huge rebound back up. What does it mean when it says bearish engulfing candle? So an engulfing candle is a candle that follows another candle that completely engulfs it. And so let me see if we can find an example of one here. So here, we'll pull an indicator service up. So like engulfing candle, what they mean by that, let me exit out all this stuff out the way. What they mean by engulfing candle is they mean that one candle, I got to change the patterns here. Let me fix this here. Trading. So what they mean by engulfing candle, let me find an example of one. We're going to look at the S&P 500. Right, so let's see if we can find the S&P 500. So what they mean by engulfing candle is that one candle completely engulfs the previous one. So let's see if we can find an example of one. Here's one right here. All right, so this is an engulfing candle, which means that this candle completely engulfs this one. So like this candle's highs and lows right here. Can you guys see this? This candle's highs and lows right here. This bearish engulfing candle right here completely engulfs the previous one. So the highs and lows are over it, if that makes sense, right? Does that make sense? So like this one is higher than this one and lower than this one. So it's engulfing the entire candle. So it's kind of like a following candle that looks like that. Right? That's a bearish sign. And then you can see following that engulfing candle, we got a big drop here moving forward. You know, that's what an engulfing candle means. I'm down to sign up for Chart Prime. I'm on their website. I want to know more about the founders. So the founder is a guy named Alex. They are a sponsor of my video, so again, I'll put it into perspective, but super useful. Like, again, my favorite is the candlestick patterns, but there's so much stuff. And another cool thing that their Chart Prime does is that they do weekly classes. So every Wednesday they talk strategies, and they do weekly classes, so that you can kind of go there. They'll also literally train you. Like last week, I spent like 2 hours with them, and they taught me like the right way to use their indicator service. So it's like there's a lot of cool stuff with them, man. You know. So there's a lot of free classes. They just have this big community here. You can join their Discord as well. All right. Hey Tiny, did you just join the stream again? Tiny, did you just join our Discord again? A terrible call on what? Oh, you're talking, Larry. You must be talking about the Brady call. Yeah, Howard. Yeah, man. I'd rather you not, bring up a competing brand right after a sponsor plug, if you don't mind, brother. Just kind of, Okay, got you. You got kicked out last week for what? Not by one of us, I hope. Let me see the banner. Um. Let me fix this banner here. How do I check the specs of something, guys? How do I check the specs of something? I'm trying to figure out how to check the specs of an image. Properties. Okay, I figured it out. All right, I got you. Is this pixels? All right, guys. So again, SPY down big. Let's check out the SPY. At 368.18s, 368.18s. Let's see if it'll let me import some stuff. File. All right, team. Let's see if the market can hold. I usually think these bounces are solid, but look at the dollar index start to bounce back up here. So the dollar index starting to rebound here. Yes. Here, buddy. What, bud? Ask your mom. All right. All right, buddy. Love you, man. My son in here trying to play games because he doesn't have school today. He had to get that last word in. You hear him? He comes in here. He comes in here and says, "I know." Hey, do you, bro? Do you, Jack? There we go. There we go. All right, guys. All right, let's see if this works, team. All right, guys. So again, SPY rip it up, testing highs. There we go. All right, cool. Got it. All right, guys. Tesla just went green on the day. Dollar index starting to bounce back a little bit. Let's see if the SPY ends up holding these gains that we've made here. Again, SPY all the way up to 363.30s here, guys. 363.30s. It depends on how you look at it. Oh, okay. All good, Howard. Yeah, no worries, brother. All good, man. All good, man. Yeah, well, welcome back. Just trying to make sure there's no scams, you know. And so, yeah, you're good. Honestly, in the last like week, we've had a fake Douglas. We've had 3 or 4 fake me's. We had a fake Bobby who hasn't really worked with us for months. And so again, if you see somebody that looks like me message you on YouTube or Twitter or Discord, just make sure to confirm it's the actual me. We've had 3 or 4 fake me's join Discord, messaging people, trying to get them to join some sleazy site. And so again, I'm not going to randomly message you out of anywhere. I'm not going to promote anything. I'm not going to message anybody promoting anything. Like if I promote something, it's going to be in the main chat section. It's not going to be through a private message to you. All right. So please understand that. I'm never going to like do that. And so just be weary, guys. A lot of scammers out there. CPI drops Thursday, Angela. Thursday. Hey, what's up, Tron? Yeah. So CPI comes out this week, not today. Yeah, all good, Tiny. Yeah, man. It's honestly, it's kind of a weird thing to see like fake me's sprout up. You know what I mean? So it is kind of strange to see fake me sprout up. All right, guys. Again, let's see what the market gives us today. Yeah, so PPI or PPI Wednesday, CPI Thursday. We also have some big earnings dropping Friday with big banks and stuff like that. So a lot of stuff happening to see if it's going on. But yeah, if you want to, my Discord name, guys. So if you want to make sure it's the real me. Again, the real me, guys. The real me is if you look at my name here, the real me has 4683 next to its name, 4683. Like you have an individual unique number for each person, and the real me has 4683. Tesla is starting to go green on the day, guys. Look at Tesla. Tesla all the way up to 233.50s here for Tesla. SPY moving up as well here. Dollar index isn't really moving down, but that's okay. All right, guys. So, yeah, look at the dollar index start to rise here. So, look at the dollar pop back up over 113s, hold support. This might cause some weakness in the SPY, which is exactly what's happening. Tesla up to 223.40s, guys. All right, guys. Again, SPY testing highs now. Let's see if the dollar index falls here. But yeah, SPY testing highs. Again, we'll see if the dollar index falls. That's kind of what we want, is we want to see this dollar index fall down some, and we want to see the SPY rebound here. We'll see if we actually get it or not. Yeah, unemployment Friday. So yeah, so Friday, here's what we got going on this week, right? Tomorrow we don't really have much. We've got Brazilian CPI. We've got European ECB speaking. We got Redbook at 8:55. We got consumer inflation expectations and some other stuff. But Wednesday is when it starts, right? Wednesday we got England GDP. We got British GDP. We have NBA 30-year mortgage rates for the U.S. We got U.S. core PPI, regular PPI. And then we also have Japan PPI. Thursday we have Europe. We have German CPI. We have U.S. CPI. So we have core CPI, regular CPI. Biggest day of the month, really, in terms of economic activity. And then Friday we have European French CPI, Spanish CPI. We have retail sales, export, import prices, retail sales, manufacturing sales, wholesales, Michigan consumer expectations, 5-year inflation expectations for October at 10 Friday. And then we have some of the Fed speaking. So big week Friday. We also have the Fed minutes report Wednesday at 2 p.m. So Wednesday is one of the larger days as well. Wednesday, we got PPI and Fed minutes. Thursday, we got CPI for a lot of different companies. Friday, we have big bank earnings. So Friday, we've got a lot of the big bank earnings. A lot of people see Friday of this week as kind of the spark of earnings because Friday, we have JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Citigroup, Wells Fargo, United Health, Bank Corp, PNC, and First Republic earnings all Friday morning. So Friday morning is a big day in terms of earnings and activity. So that's something to pay attention to as well. Yeah, so Fed minutes report is a PDF file dropped at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So y'all be ready for that too. Yeah, earnings this week or next. So we have some earnings Friday. I don't think we have big earnings Thursday. I think it's Friday. Let me see. It might be Thursday. Let me check. Okay, so we got some Thursday. Yeah, so Thursday we have Delta, BlackRock, Progressive, Walgreens, Domino's, and basically nothing Thursday evening. So it's mostly morning earnings, no evening earnings. Next week is when the big earnings show up. So next week we've got Bank of America, Schwab, Bank of New York, Monday morning, and then Monday evening. We don't really have anything Monday evening to talk about. Tuesday, though, we go in Saks in the morning. We got Johnson & Johnson, Lockheed Martin, Albertsons, A few other ones here. Thursday evening though, or Tuesday evening of next week is huge. We're definitely going to be covering it. And if you guys have joined us sometime over the last month, since it's been slow earnings, if you guys have joined us sometime over the last month, remember here we cover all the major earnings, guys. We cover every big major earning that people want to watch. We stream the entire earnings report and reaction, as well as the entire earnings call here as well. So you'll be able to watch the earnings reaction in stocks. We'll cover them as soon as they drop, and we'll also cover the earnings call as well here. So stick around. We will cover all this stuff. Nflx drops earnings Tuesday. United Airlines drops Tuesday. Interactive Brokers drops Tuesday. Just a lot of other big stuff to talk about here. And then Wednesday is big as well, because Wednesday morning we've got like Ally, Abbott, NASDAQ, Procter & Gamble, Baker Hughes, a few other things. But Wednesday evening, we've got Tesla. We got IBM, which are going to be the ones that we cover. We're going to cover Tesla for sure. And then Thursday, we've got American Airlines, AT&T, Nokia, Ericsson, Blackstone, Dow, Philip Morris, Union Pacific. And then Thursday evening, we've got Snapchat, which we're definitely going to cover. We'll probably cover Snapchat. SPY breaking highs just right now. So SPY just broke highs. Tesla technically green on the day, as you guys can see. But yeah, Thursday we got Snapchat. And then Friday we have Verizon, American Express, HCA, and a lot of other stuff too. We don't have anything Friday evening, but then Monday of next week, we get more earnings. We get Royal Phillips. We get nothing else really big. SPY breaking highs up to 363.20s. Technically really green on the day now. Or not really green, but definitely green on the day now. Dollar index is falling back down some, which is good. It's exactly what we want to see here. We don't really get anything big Friday or the week after that on Monday. But Tuesday, we get UPS, Coca-Cola, General Motors, General Electric. We have Google Tuesday evening. Look at the SPY hit 364s. For the SPY 364s, we got Visa, Chipotle, Spotify. Tuesday evening of the week after that on the 25th. And then the 26th, we get Boeing in the morning. Man, look at 364s on the SPY hit. Dollar index is testing that 113 level again. Let's see if we can break under 113. And then Wednesday, the 26th, we get Meta and Ford. Big earnings, Upwork as well. 364.05, guys. Big rip in markets here. And then Thursday, we get Shopify, McDonald's, Merck, HTZ. In the morning, Caterpillar. And then in the evening, we get Apple, Intel, Cap One. And so that's big. And then ExxonMobil and oil the next morning after that. And then Monday of the next week, we get nothing really in terms of morning earnings. Nothing really in terms of evening earnings for Monday as well. Mondays are usually a slower day, but then Tuesday after that, look at the market, hit 364.11s here. Dollar index just breaking down at 112.98. And then earnings on Tuesday, the 1st of November. Again, we get Uber in the morning, Pfizer. The next day, we get AMD. We get AMD, we get EA. And so just a big earnings month coming up. Next day, we get CVS. We get Marathon Oil. We get Robinhood, Zillow. Thursday after that, we get Alibaba, which is big, gold, and NKLA. We get Penn Gaming. So just a huge month for earnings here. Market flying up, though, guys. Dollar index did break under 113s, which is exactly what we want. Can you explain a little bit about why the dollar index dropping is currently a good thing? Sure. So right now we're in a time of high inflationary problems and pressure, right? So we have problems right now in terms of pricing, right? Prices are too high. And one of the reasons this is all happening is because the dollar is so strong. Like, here's the last year of the dollar. It's just up too much. It's just so strong right now. The dollar index is just ramping up so huge right now that we're currently in a time of high problems with inflation. And so prices are too high, essentially, right? What the dollar going up does is it makes it worse. It exacerbates the problem here, which is that the dollar is just too high. Other currencies are falling and the dollar is too strong relative to everything else. Especially in a time of high inflation, this is bad. Also, not just that, but a strong dollar means people don't invest. They sit on their cash because their cash is gaining value. And so why would they put their money elsewhere? Because their dollar is gaining value, right? And so in that regard, the dollar dropping is a good thing, because when the dollar drops, people don't want to sit on their cash anymore because their cash is losing value. And so instead they put their money to work with them. They put it in investments and assets. They put it in real estate or crypto or stocks and equities and exchange traded funds or whatever they want to put it in. But the dollar falling is good for investments in the stock market as a whole, right? So you can see the dollar drop, and you can see with that, the SPY has been flying up with it. Dollar under 113s, which is great. Hey, thank you, Ricky. I appreciate it, brother. Hey, thank you, Secret. Hello? Okay.
Are you able to open it?
Yes. Yeah, I can open it. All right.
All right, just disarm it. You can disarm it in the bedroom, so you don't have to run all the way to the kitchen.
Huh? All right. It'll be all right. All right. Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
All right, guys. I got to go let the workers in. We'll be right back. We got some contractors here doing some stuff. So I'll be right back. But yeah, guys. So the SPY is ripping up big. Dollar index is at 112.90s right now, 112.90. So I'll be right back, team. All right, guys. We are back. Hey, nice, Howard. Yeah, of course, man. Happy to help, brother. Happy to help, man. All right, guys. Dollar index breaking low. SPY moving up some. So SPY moving up nicely here. You can see the SPY rip. All right, let's see if we get some rejections here. Yeah, so sometimes, Howard, the dollar will go against that logic, right? So sometimes you'll get, for instance, sometimes the dollar will go with the dollar, or so with the market. So sometimes the market will move up and the dollar will as well, right? So it's never exact. Nothing in the market ever is, right? So it's never exact. It's never perfect, but it's kind of how it goes a lot of the time. So it's never exact, but a lot of the time, most of the time, the dollar is going to be inversely correlated with the market, but not always. Sometimes they move together, so it's never 100%. All right, guys. Again, dollar index is right at the lows of the day here. So right at the lows of the day. Bitcoin's starting to move up with the overall market itself. All right, guys. Dollar index breaking lows here. So we got the dollar index breaking lows. This should cause some pops in the market. All right, guys. Dollar index breaking lows again. Let's see if this causes a bounce of the SPY. We get Tesla looking green as well. We got the 200 moving average sitting right over Tesla here. The SPY down at 364.14s. All right, guys, dollar index popping up a little bit here. SPY pulling back some here. So maybe we'll get some like support and resistance trades to play off of using this. Again, we got about... hey, my man Howard, thank you, brother. I appreciate you, bro. For the beginner trading, be happy and win fund. Hey, thank you, sir. We appreciate the love, man. Say what? Say when the market is going sideways, consolidating. Say it goes back and forth. Melt up starting this week. I hope so, bro. We'll see. Okay, we got some time. Today might be a little bit slow, but moving forward, we got a lot of stuff happening this week, man. We got CPI, we got PPI, CPI, Fed minutes, bank earnings at the second half of this week. So today's going to be slow, but really starting Wednesday is when the big stuff happens here. All right, guys, so we got a big bounce. So here's an example of when, like, the dollar index, here's the SPY moving up, right? And the dollar index is moving up as well. So it's never exactly correlated, but on a longer term basis, they kind of move with each other, if that makes sense, right? So they're never perfectly correlated, but it varies. All right, guys, SPY just broke highs. So SPY just ripped up breaking highs here. Again, we got about 23 minutes, guys. I've never seen the Duck movie. All right, guys, SPY dipping down. Look at the dollar index move up. Tesla's still testing highs, breaking highs right here. So we still got some big action in these stocks. But yeah, thank you, Howard. I appreciate the love, brother. Thank you, man. All right, guys, dollar index bouncing up a little bit. It's at 113s, almost 112.90s here. Let's see if we reject at this level here. We could for the dollar index. That might cause some bounces up in the market. Another way you can use the dollar index is you can pairs trade it, right? You can look at the dollar index and say, okay, this might hold as resistance. If this does, then the market's going to move up some and kind of buy the dip in the market, inversely correlated with the dollar index, if that makes sense. So it's one of those like kind of high edge trades, I think, that you can find some pretty good action with. Yeah, so again, look at the dollar index might be rejecting at 112.98. The SPY is at 364.20s. So yeah, you see the dollar index popping up is at 112.98. We have the SPY at 364.25s. Tesla testing that 200 moving average right now. Gotta make sure. All right, dollar index pushing up. I guess we got about 20 minutes left. Hey, Carol, make sure Rosie's in her crate and that Jack didn't let her out while the workers are here. Huh? All right. All right, yeah, just tell the kids not to let her out. All right, love you. Bye. All right, guys. All right, so yeah, look at the dollar index pop up. So the dollar index is moving up a little bit. So the post office is closed today, CT. Do you think we get a rally until CPI is released? I think it's possible for sure. You have mentioned the Bloomberg terminal. You have mentioned the Bloomberg terminal a few times. Care to comment on how this gives an edge? I really don't know how it gets it as. I've never used it. Joshua in chat has the Bloomberg terminal, so ask Joshua. He uses it. I've heard that it gives you the data earlier, but I've never personally used it myself, so I can't say whether it does or not. You think the CPI will be in favor of the U.S. dollar or stocks? I'm not sure, to be honest. I think it could, but it's all just a guess. One of the biggest mistakes a lot of new traders take is that they end up taking these big sizable positions ahead of these big echo releases, right? But really, it's a coin flip. We don't really know. All right. Yeah. So. Okay, got you. Pawn. Yeah. So with CPI, you can get some brash reactions, and so you just got to be careful. You never know what's going to happen in terms of economic releases. And one of the mistakes new traders do is they take some really sizable positions trying to essentially predict what the CPI report's going to be. And the reality of it is nobody really knows. Nobody really knows what the CPI report's going to show. And so you can make a lot of money. You can also lose a ton of money and lose everything. And so it's one of those things where smart traders react. They don't try to predict what the CPI is going to be, All right, guys. So again, dollar index is starting to move up a little bit. So we'll see some drops in the SPY short term, most likely. We got 364 support level here on the SPY, which might be interesting. Here we got about 15 minutes before the market opens here, team. So we're gonna get ready to trade futures. And yeah, not a bad week. Smart traders have an opinion and hedge after they make their bets. So are you trying to say smart traders take positions right before the CPI report's released? Because if that's the case, I disagree. I think smart traders react to what the CPR report shows. I think most smart traders who are trying to avoid low edge volatility are going to end up just waiting until after the CPR report shows so that they can take bets, because they understand that taking any sizable position ahead of these big economic releases is at best a coin flip, right? So at best a 50-50 chance, right? And what smart traders do is they avoid drawdowns in their account. They avoid gambling mentalities and drawdowns. And so in turn, they just take small positions after the traders, after the data comes out. Yeah, banks are closed today sideways for sure. What I'm saying, here's the reality of what I'm saying. I'm not targeting anybody here, but what I'm saying is that, okay, so whenever you're a trader and you're really trading big money, right, you don't want to gamble. Gambling is not what you want to do. You don't want your heart racing. You don't want your heart beating. You don't want butterflies in your stomach. You don't want to take any gambling positions, right? And taking a really sizable position, betting one way on big economic releases like this, is a gambling position. You know, it's just a position where the variance is so high that there's very little edge long-term in taking positions like that. Again, at best, it's 50-50. And so in that regard, your job as a trader is to avoid big drawdowns in your account. Like your job as a trader is to avoid big drawdowns. That way, you know, you can actually have safe and long-term growth, you know. And so with that, you got to avoid drawdowns and have big, safe, long-term growth. Like that's the job. Like that's what you want in these accounts is safe, long-term growth. Big risky gambling positions is not that. And so just be careful ahead of these echo releases. There's a reason that market activity goes down before these CPI reports. And I think that's objectively true, is that market activity pre CPI report, pre FOMC meeting goes down. Like there's much less market activity. There's much more indecision ahead of these big echo releases. Why? Because people are apprehensive to take any sizable positions ahead of them because at best it's a gamble. You know, at best it's a gamble. And so again, it is what it is. Yeah, hedging is fine. Like you can take hedge positions. But like that's why I was saying, like taking one sizable position in one way, you know, is the risk, right? You can hedge your positions. You can strangle and hedge and all that stuff. And that's fine. That's perfectly understandable. You know, take some strangle options, take both sides and then ride whatever side the volatility is on. I think that might be the better way to do it. The other way might be buying very cheap outside the money options and hoping for one way but taking any sizable position is probably the worst move in one specific direction bet, you know? All right, guys, we're watching the SPY. Here, I might have to reset this, I think. Yeah, so let's go ahead and reset Quant Tower. All right, bear with me, guys. All right, guys, dollar index is falling down, mostly choppy action, but the SPY looks good today, man. And again, we were right short term. You know, a lot of people, and myself included, thought that we might see some strong action in pre-market today, just because we're so extended from Friday's close that it's understandable to assume that we might move up a little bit just because of how down we were relative to everything else last week. So, you know, not a bad move in pre-market. Nice little green move. We are technically green on the day in the SPY, so the markets are actually green, which is nice to see. Yeah, we'll see if we can continue to get some good action here. All right, here is the E-mini. Again, we are going to be trading larger size today. Wish me luck. We are going to be trading larger size. We'll see how it goes. Am I missing something on the E-mini? Why are futures down so much relative to... Oh, here's pre-market data. Why is it only showing 3 candles? That's weird. Oh, this is practice account. Let's go to regular. There we go. Maybe I just needed to change the symbol. There we go. That's better. All right. All right, guys. So again, we are trading on Top Step today. This is our graph so far. Let me show you guys our graph. So this is our graph so far. There's that. We got to look at the trades. There we go. We got some nice bull action here. Let's go ahead and put... There we go. All right, guys. Again, let's go ahead and look at our stats so far. Just going to give you like a little recap of what we've been doing so far. Here's my trades. Here's my last 7 days of trading activity here. So we had a little bit of a pullback Friday. We're up about 480 over the last 7 days. I need to scale up some today. So that's my goal today, is to scale up my size a little bit. So we're going to try to scale up our size. We'll see how we go. About 480 in gross profit. Last week specifically here, if we look at the actual week, yeah, this is the actual week of last week. So not too bad. You know, we didn't do terrible. Friday, we lost a little bit of money. Yeah, so Friday we lost a little bit of money. We ended up losing about $78, so barely anything. We're up about, 1,400 total. Yeah. Yeah, PayPal's had some rumors going around. I was expecting them to drop. Um, all right, guys, we got 9 minutes, team, 9 minutes. Let's do this. We are going to put it in sub-only mode, team, so we are going to put it in sub-only mode. So if you haven't already, hit the sub button, hit the notification bell. We do this live every weekday morning for free right here. We don't sell or charge for anything. We don't claim to be experts. We don't charge a penny for content. We don't have any paywalls behind our content. We don't even claim to be good traders. We're just a resource and community for traders. Depends on which one. My Thinkorswim account, Camille, is about 30,000. It's about 30,000. This count is the Top Step Combine. And so again, what Top Step does is they give me a demo. If I can hit the target on the demo while following their rules and conditions and pass both phases, there's 2 different phases, then they fund me the same amount, right? So I'm in the 150K package. And so if I can pass this one, I get 150K in funding with a 90% profit split. Top Step also recently updated their rule, guys. So I don't know if you guys caught this, but from now on, Top Step is allowing you. So if you get eliminated from your funded account, right? So like if you hit your risk levels in the funded account, instead of having to start all the way over, they just bring you right back to stage 2. And if you pass stage 2 again, boom, you're funded again. I think that gives you insane value because it means that once you're funded, it's a pretty, even if you get eliminated from your funding, it's a pretty easy road back to get funded again. Right. So I think that's really useful. And again, the base one they have is 50K. So they give you a demo of 50K. If you can hit 3K in profit on the 50K one without losing over 2K, I think total with $1,000 per day max, then they fund you 50K with a 90% split. So pretty useful. And again, we'll see how it goes. If you want to check it out, I am sponsored by them. Hey, thank you. We appreciate it, brother. Yeah, we try to be free, man. Again, we have sponsors and stuff like that, of course. But everything we put out there is free. You know what I mean? Nice. And we'll see how the market treats us today, guys. Hey, all good, Camille. All right, guys, 5 minutes here. 5 minutes here. SPY dipping down to 364s here. So we are dipping down to 364s, but we got a really bullish pre-market session here. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the market like dip down a little bit, kind of correct back down to the mean, back down to maybe VWAP or the previous closing price at the open, and then reverse, pull like a red to green move and continue bouncing back some today. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. At the same time, we do have the CPI meeting kind of hanging over our heads this week because CPI report is Thursday. And so we do have some volatile activity to watch for that as well. And again, we'll see. Hey, what's up, Johnson? Yeah, AMC basically over. Yeah, first 15 minutes is fun. Y'all just be careful, man. A lot of the time I'm waiting to trade the first 5 minutes at least because there's just really volatile, kind of hard to trade action at the open, And so a lot of the time I'm just kind of sitting back waiting to trade. I'm not going to push super, super heavy ahead of the opening bell just because there's just a lot of risk. And again, y'all do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, guys. We are pushing towards 88,000 subscribers here. And this week, we should get pretty close. So this week will be fun. We got a big week in terms of growth here on this channel. So, again, are you guys ready? 5 minutes, guys. A little bit less, 4 minutes to be exact. SPY consolidating right at the whole dollar of 364. We have the dollar index here. We got the dollar index starting to rebound though short term here. So again, the dollar index is actually looking really strong. Not really moving with the market a huge amount for the dollar index is at 113.04s. So again, not really trending with the market a ton right now. All right, guys. I wait half an hour. Yeah, half an hour is fine. It's subjective. It's a subjective thing. Like right now, dollar index is starting to ramp up, and the SPY is kind of moving with the dollar though, which is kind of strange. So the dollar index is actually looking kind of strong right now. And again, the SPY's kind of moving with it. The SPY's up to 364.09s here, but the dollar index is starting to move towards market open high. So again, it's got some time, but we got 2.5 minutes left, and we'll see if the dollar index starts to pull back. But again, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to say this again. I wouldn't be surprised to see the SPY drop down to the VWAP area, previous closing price, and then pull a red to green move at the opening bell. Hopefully I'm wrong and we just get a big rip up, but I wouldn't mind to see that. Again, we're going to wait 5 to 10 minutes, let things play out first before we really start trading. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. Got about 400 people here, so hey, y'all sub, hit the notification bell. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We do have it in sub-only mode here, so everybody that's subbed, announce yourself ahead of the open. Show your love. Announce yourself. Show that you're supportive. We appreciate you guys. Again, dollar index still moving up. Apple's starting to pull back and correct a little bit here. All right, guys. We have hey, thank you, Steve, Mike, Taha. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you guys. There's a Fed meeting later on this evening. Hey, what's up, Kristen? All good. No worries. We appreciate y'all being here. Thank you guys for subscribing. We appreciate you all. Yeah, guys. So again, the SPY dipping down a little bit. Dollar index rising over 113 again. So again, right now we're in this weird period where the dollar is not really following the market inversely like it usually does. And so in that regard, again, we are pretty extended over VWAP. The previous closing price is below us as well. And so again, we got about a minute left. I'm not going to be surprised if we get some pullbacks at the opening bell. It's just kind of a reaction to the open and then maybe a red to green move or something like that. If not, we'll short the market. That's fine too. Like, I don't mind shorting the market. Hey, what's up, Ricardo? What's up, B? Hey, thank you, Diamond. Owen. Yeah, the markets are open. Hammer, my man. Thank you. What's up, John? Sir. Hey, thank you, guys. Brent. Shout out to John for being real with us. Hey, thank you, Ricardo. We appreciate it, man. We try, bro. We try. Like I said, we have sponsors and we have like affiliates that we promote and all that good stuff. But like you guys know me, I'm always honest, or I try to be. Nobody's honest 100% of the time, but we appreciate you all. All right, guys. So dollar index ripping up here. So the highs of market hours for the dollar. Let's watch like 113.20. 113.20 seems to be a big support and resistance level for the dollar index here. SPY right around 364, E-mini right around those levels as well. So let's do this, guys. Good luck. All right, guys. So again, we have the open here. Let me see if it'll let me do this actually on the trades section. And then let me edit this. Well, let me edit this. There we go. All right, getting some drops at the opening bell. All right. There we go. All right, guys. That might be a little bit better to catch. All right, guys. So again, choppy open so far. Not really getting too much action at this point in time. Dollar index is still moving up some. Again, we got a little bit of a choppy open. 364 seems to be wanting to hold here now. And we're going to try to build our cushion, as we always do. Why is the micro looking like this, man? Oh, whatever. All right. All right, guys. Dollar dropping down a little bit, or market dropping down a little bit. Sideways today. Yeah. Again, here's the drop we expected at the opening bell. Again, we expected a drop down to VWAP, maybe previous close, and then like a red to green move. But again, we're going to chill and wait here. We're not going to push too heavy. Again, there's the drop. Again, patiently waiting here. $363.50s. All right, so here's the bounce level that it's either this or the previous closing price at about 362.70s on the SPY. So again, here's the bounce level. We're not gonna take any trade here though. A lot of the time stocks reverse back to mean. Now, if we break all the way below the VWAP and hold, then maybe we'll start to short. Dollar index is kind of moving up some. And so market went from red and green and pre-market to red after the opening bell here. All right, we got an initial drop. We'll see how right I was. So we got the drop correction at the open. Let's see if we start to reverse back up and test 364s. If that's the case, we are signifying a choppy trend, but we'll see if we pull her like a red to green move or something of the sort. See what happens with the dollar index as well here. Again, dollar index still ripping up here. SPY breaking down to that previous closing price. So that is the red to green level here. Now we keep breaking down. We'll just short the market if this happens. All right, now we get a little bounce. We're going to short. All right, we just hit that previous closing price. We'll let things play. We got a little bounce initially here. All right, we're going to start to add to this position. 1 contract, 2 contracts now. All right, so we're in 2 contracts. Shorting essentially into the bounce. Looking for a flush back down to retest that level. But this is a strong level, though, so we're not going to sit in this forever. Down very small. We break back over VWAP here. Man, when you're right, dude. We were straight up right with this. We lost $40 there. But, man, we called that move down to the previous closing price. Maybe I shouldn't have traded against my own plan. Because we literally said this exact thing. Now, we reject here. Then maybe we're talking a little bit. Getting a pretty big rebound back up here, right at that previous closing price. So we literally went right back to that level. And now we're moving up big. Man, we called this exactly on the dot. We went right to the previous closing price. We shouldn't have taken our trade against it. Now we'll see if we actually pull the red to green move like we wanted. We get a big upwick here. We might short into that as well. But this big upwick looks weak. All right, so we're going to take 2 contracts now. See if we get a flush breakdown here. Break even on this trade so far. I took half off there. All right, so we just got out there. So Again, we just made about 18, 19 bucks on this short. Dollar index is rising up here as well. We're going to start to add some more size here. Starting to break down, look weak. We missed the breakdown. We could have held a little bit more, but that's all good. Broke lows. This is futures contracts, guys. All right, guys. So the dollar index is still moving up. Again, SPY testing that previous close, low level. And again, we're going to short more into it if it continues to break down under this level. But we just got to wait and be patient here. Again, market looking weak. All right, big breakdown right at VWAP. Looking weak here. We'll short into a little bounce. Maybe add to this 2 contracts. Maybe get 3 or 4 in there. All right, that's 3 contracts. See if we get a flush rejection. I took most of it off. We got 1 contract left. We'll let the rest ride break down. All right, so just made another 20. Got ourselves back to break even on the day now. Let me see if I can edit this a little bit more to make it more, let it, see if you can view it some more. Let's take price out. I think price will make it easier to see gross profit. There we go. All right. All right, we have 1 contract now. We're over the previous closing price, though. So, I mean, we're probably just going to sit here. We're not going to take any sizable stuff. Yeah, so this is why we didn't take any big stuff. We're about break even on the day. Big upwick rejection here. Take 2 contracts there on this big upwick. See if we get a flush breakdown here. There we go. See if we continue down. We're right at the previous close again. See if we can break underneath it. About break even on the trade. 2 contracts. Kind of a doji candle. Again, about break even here, testing these lows. A lot of indecision right now. Nice flush breakdown. All right, so just made about another 20 bucks. We should be green on the day now, I think. Yeah, so we're green on the day. We're slightly green. We're up about 15 bucks. Here's our profit graph. So a little loss this morning, but now we're starting to get some bearish action that we can target. Dollar index is still pushing up. What's up, Army? Really, I have no idea how the market's going to react. We'll see. Hopefully favorably, but you never know, man. You know, could just dump. A lot of apprehension ahead of these meetings. All right, we're taking another size here. 2 contracts. There we go. Breaking lows. All right, so we just made about another 20 bucks there again. So we're up about 40 on the day, a little bit under 40 on the day. You can see our graph right there. Scalping high edge momentum, but we'll take a larger position into the risk we have currently on the day. Well, looks like that went. Huge reversal. See if we reject back down here. Try to be patient, but we're probably also about to cut this. Rejected right at VWAP, came right back down. About break even on the day now after this trade. Yeah, we're going to get out. So right around break even. Big reversal in the market, though, so we're just going to sit back. It can going back and forth. Neutral on the day. We get some more weakness. We'll take some more swings. Breaking over VWAP now on the SPY. Dollar index reversing fast. We're starting to get some see some strength. Yeah, they can. Of course they could, Tim. All right, so again, SPY is over the previous closing price now. Now again, we'll start to short some more. If we get some bearish action here, but we need a drop and then we need a small bounce up. So we need a hold under VWAP for before I start to really get comfortable shorting. And right now we're right around that spot, but we need a bigger drop and we need a hold under VWAP first. About 30 seconds before a new candle opens up. All right, there's the drop. Very bullish side. Ah, dude, I missed it. I saw the weakness coming in. It's all good. We'll find another trade. We're going to take one position and then add up to 3 to 4 contracts on a bounce if we get a bounce. We might not get a bounce at all. This is a very weak sign. But our job right now is to scale into a larger position. Add a little bit more on this bounce. There's 3 contracts. Break even now, so that's nice. Try to get a little bit more here if we can. Okay, we're trying to take some larger size here. All right, took most of it off. Caught the breakdown. There we go. I just made about $50 on the day. That brought us right back to break even. So now we're up about 40 on the day now. So again, about $40 up on the day. Again, we saw the weakness rolling through in the market. We're now under the previous closing price, but we're getting some down wicks here as well. So a little bit of indecision coming in the markets right now. Huge down wick. We're going to short into the upside here with a small size just because the range is so large. We don't really want to get stuck in like a backwards trade. A lot of indecision right now in markets. I really don't like this pattern at all. We're going to cut it. Still green on the day, up about 25 bucks. But again, just this big down wick is indicative of so much buying pressure. For the candlestick to go all the way back down and then immediately just get plunged back up there, that's indicative of so much pressure on the upside that a short position like I was holding was just too risky and I had to cut it. Apple rebounding back here a little bit. Disney rebounding back some too. Dollar index is falling. So these are all bullish signs short term. So we'll sit back and wait and see if we get some type of pressure coming through. All right, big rejection at the VWAP here. We'll go ahead and try to ride into that weakness. Pressure coming in. We're still over the previous closing price though, so like in order to retain some bearishness, we need to break underneath that, which we might or might not. All right, sideways action on this one trade. We're going to sit back, though, and let it try to work for us, though. We got time. We start to see some pressure come in. We'll add to this or cut it. I'm going to add to this. We're over the previous closing price, but I want to give it time to reject back underneath that and turn into a downward trend is what I'm looking for. Neutral day, we're kind of break even on the chart anyway in P&L, and that's all right, you know. Trying to give it time to work, but I'm okay with being break even on a choppy neutral day. We'll let it test VWAP and then we'll cut it and get out and be break even on the day if it can't reject. I don't mind the bullish signs, but we got to flush down. Yeah, we're going to have to cut this. All right, so we finally took a loss there, a little $45 loss. Again, kind of going back and forth, though. So very choppy market right now. You know, definitely a choppy Monday. So far, we've moved down a little bit, but we didn't really hold, and now we're starting to rebound back up. So my little red to green thesis pre-bell is actually turning out to be pretty close to true. I didn't say I wasn't going to trade the first 30 minutes. Somebody else said they weren't going to trade the 30 minutes. I said I wasn't going to trade the first 5 to 10 minutes. And again, Caitlin, regardless of what anybody says, man, I mean, like I said, every day I get somebody trying to critique my trading, telling me I'm doing it wrong. But it's really easy to kind of show, like, these are my stats and my profit graph pulled directly from the platform I'm using. And so, you know, the very famous quote is numbers don't lie. And so people can say whatever they want, but like, this is my profit graph. So I obviously, you know, am not a losing trader, you know, but hey, cheers to you guys, you know, believe what y'all want. So again, we're testing VWAP now. We'll see if we move up. I'm a high volume scalper, so I probably get in trades over and over and over again. And some people might not be used to that. They might think it's wrong or whatever it is. In the end, as you mature as traders, you start to realize that just because somebody doesn't trade like you doesn't mean they're wrong, you know. There's 1,000 different ways to trade. All right, so we're rejecting at VWAP again. We'll see if we jump back in it. We'll take this, see if we reject. We're taking very small size here on these breakdowns too. Go ahead and cut that. All right, made another 20 or so on that trade. This week will be bad, but not today. Yeah, it's one of those pre-meeting days. It's one of those pre-meeting days, you know. So ahead of these big meetings, you don't really know what the market's going to do, how the market's going to react, you know, what the market's going to do in that regard. And so it's one of those days where you just kind of got to trade very safe and slow. I'm taking very small size, so I'm trading actively, but I'm taking pretty small size in my trades. Like, I'm not risking a ton. Really, we need a trend to form, and we're not really getting anything yet. We're bouncing up. Just cut it. I'm using Quant Tower, Jacob. Yeah, I mean, we're down like 40 bucks on the day. It's not the end of the world. Again, the market is purely sideways right now. So I mean, like if we're chopping completely sideways, there's just not really much of an edge. One of the things I do is I might trade on days like today, but I take very small size, like you see me doing. Um, Again, it's a big Fed week, and so there's going to be some indecision today. Hey, what's up, Tyler? Hey, good morning. All right, so there's the big breakdown here. We got a big break under the previous closing price. We're going to try to piggyback off of this move. But once we get a bounce, we're going to take a little bit larger sizing into the bounce because we essentially tested lows here. We'll get into one position now. And then wait for a new candle to open up like this and short into this and see if we get a quick flush. 3 contracts. And then look for the follow through breakdown, which is kind of what we're getting, but it's not the big follow through that we want yet. All right, there we go. Got another trade. We're going to cut that. So just made about 30 just now. Again, back to break even. We're actually getting a breakdown in the trend, though. So we'll see if we bounce back up now. Just got to be patient with it. Yeah, for sure, Daniel. Hey, thanks, man. Yeah, I mean, like I said, man, people can say what they want. I've been trading like this for a long time. You know, now there's all these other people trading like this. But again, this is my graph so far in October. This is my October graph. So this is the last 10 days. This is last month in September. And so I'm obviously doing something right if my graph looks like that. And in the end, like I said, we're high volume scalpers. And so the irony of trading, and one of the only places that you'll actually see this, but you got traders that lose money trying to tell other traders that make money how to trade. You know, the irony. All right, so we're starting to break lows. And we'll see if we get a bounce. Like I said, I need a bounce. I mean, we're too extended on the downside for me to short this. We'll see if we bounce back up. But again, we bounce back up on the SPY to like 362.20s. Maybe we'll add a short position, but right now we've had 3 really big green or really big red candles in a row. And so while we might continue to break down here, it's not enough for me to really want to take any sizable positions yet. Fees are not bad at all. Like I'm up over 1,000 in net profit out of like 1,500. So we're paying some in fees, but it's not. We're still very green net profit wise. All right, another little flush. We'll see if we get a breakdown here. We got a hammer, inverse hammer candle forming. So this is usually a very weak candlestick pattern. But we're still extended on the downside, so we're not going to take anything sizable yet. There we go, starting to flush. Low break trying to happen now, but kind of back and forth here. There we go, there's the breakdown flush. Rebounding back up. Now we got an inverse hammer. See, the good thing is that we're still break even on this trade. We'll add some more if we get like a doji here. But we're going to wait for that. The only thing stopping me from taking a bigger swing here is extension on the downside, I think. All right, so we got the doji candle. We're about break even on this one. All right, we're going to add some more to this. See if we get a flush rejection back down to test lows. There's 2 contracts. See if we reject at this resistance level right around 362 on the SPY. About break even on the trade. See if we get we got a nice little hammer candle forming here. Let's see if we get a rejection and we can take profit into it. Hey, thank you, D. All right, we're going to add some more to this and take some risk in this trade, and maybe it goes against this. The reason for that is because we got some big up wicks that look like they're going to give some pressure on the downside here for this. So we're taking 4 contracts here, trying to take a swing now that we have a little goal. We got a lot of up wicks, so that's indicative of weakness. See if the pressure comes in on the downside. Trying to be patient and give it time. Looking for the weakness to show up. A lot of upwick pressure. About break even on the trade. Another upwick. Again, we're trying to be patient and let the weakness show up, but it's taking a little bit. There we go. Finally starting to show. See if we get the flush breakdown that we want. There we go. All right, just took half off. 2 contracts left. Took a little bit more off. 1 contract left. Back to green on the trade. We might actually add some more to this as well. We're right around lows, and so we might add some more size here since we have an innate edge with our entry. All right, there's 3 contracts. All right, took most of it off. We got 1 contract left. See how we play with it. Got ourselves back to green on the day. Gonna add some more to this. See if we catch another breakdown on the rest. There we go. Starting to see if we can break lows. Crack under lows here is what we want. About break even now on the remaining position, but we already made about $20 on the trade or so. There we go. Took half of it off. All right, go ahead and get out the rest there. So, yeah, we're back up to where we're up about 30, 40 on the day. We'll start to slowly scale into another low here. What we're trying to bet on is basically this starting to break down the lows, which we're kind of magnetically pulling towards, as you can see here. So we'd like a firmer break, and there we go. There's the big break. Now we'll see if we actually hold down now. All right, so just made about $20 on that break as well. Now we are up about 50 on the day. Starting to build a little bit more cushion. Hey, thank you, D. Did you trade Forex also? No, not really. All right, we're going to look for a larger bounce before we short anymore. We've already rode this full breakdown down a little bit. And so, again, we're going to look to see if we can bounce a little bit more. We're up about 50 on the day. We'll start to scale up our size too. We'll take 2 contracts here. See if we can get a pivot range trade back down to the lows real quick. A nice little up wick. Let's see if we pivot back down to that 361.50 level on the SPY. There we go. We're pivoting it back down. Let's see if we continue. Now, there's the pivot we talked about. All right, so just made another almost 20. We are up about 65 on the day now. Again, we are trading on a platform called Top Step. Top Step is a funded account program, guys. So what they do is they give you a demo, and if you can hit the targets on their demo while following their rules and conditions, and they fund you between 50 up to 150K with a 90% split. And this is a company that's regulated in the US. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders every single year. Again, they're called Top Step. They are a sponsor of my video, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course. But if you want to help support your boy here and support this channel, you can check them out. You can get 20% off. The base package is pretty cheap as well. It's $50 a month. And again, on that base package, it enables you to be able to basically try to get funded. It's like $130 if you use my link for the base package, and they give you a 50K demo. If you can hit their target on that 50K demo while following their rules, then they fund you 50K with a 90% profit split. Again, regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange. They've been around for over a decade. They're kind of who everybody else copies off of. The base package, you have to make, the base one's the 50K. You got to make 3K in profit without losing over 2K total. And so you can check out the link right below USB if you're interested. Catching this breakdown a little bit. We're going to add to this here, but it's kind of a risky add because, again, we've got so much negative momentum on this one. Yeah. Looking for a wick down, though, is what we're looking for. But again, there's so much negative momentum here. Yeah, I told you guys. Just a risky ad there. That's okay. Still green on the day. And a pivot right back down in my direction. That's all right. We need a bounce back up to where we take any sizable positions. Faked out of that one. You're kind of consolidating down here. All right, so there's a big pop. Gonna let the bounce happen a little bit more. I like this bounce though. We'll take 2 contracts here, maybe add up to 4. Up to like 362s or so is what we want to add to maybe on the SPY. I don't know if we're going to add here. We're down too much. Yeah, we're going to cut it. Kind of going back and forth today. But when it's a choppy day in the market, it's kind of to be expected, I guess. All right, we're going to short a little bit more, maybe add some more since we have this big upwick. We got 4 contracts. See if we reject here back down to the range. We rejected right at 362, which is where we initially planned to short it. We just didn't really catch that yet. All right, we just made our money right back. Scaled out of it on that wick. We'll hold one more and add as we retrace this candle wick here. We're going to add some more on this retracement of this candle wick. I'm going to take another 3 contracts here, start to take a swing in this. Now there's 4 contracts in this now. There we go. All right, just scaled out of that. I hope you guys see we start to add size once we are in the money. All right, so we just made another 50 bucks there. All right, so yeah, we're back up to where we're up about 60 on the day now. See if we can find some edge in this move. All right, we're starting to move back up. Again, we'll start to short this again as we move up closer to this. Big range candlesticks, though, so, you know, we got to just be careful. All right, we got 2 contracts now. There we go. All right, just made a little bit more. We're up about 70 on the day. Almost $100 on the day. We're going to start to scale up to 5 contracts once we get up to 100. Small wins, big losses. Not when you consider the whole trade. Regardless of that, again, my accuracy rate on Top Step is pretty simple. So in terms of, like I said, we can look at all my full stats here. Let me log into my dashboard so you guys can see. But like my stats are pretty solid. Like we're making money. Like I have about a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio, right? So like my risk versus reward is about 1-to-1. What I usually do is I usually run about 70% daily accuracy, right? About 70% daily. Right now we're running about 65% daily accuracy, right? So we're winning on about 65% of my days, right? So here's my daily accuracy pulled from Top Step, right? That's the first one. Also, our average winning day, just to kind of show you that that's not the case here, right? Our best day was about 400. Our average winning day is about 187. Our average losing day is about 154. So our average losing day is actually smaller than our average winning day, just to put it in perspective. And so that's not the case. Like we're not making huge losing days and then small winning days. Like that's not the case at all. Like in fact, this is pulled directly from Top Step. Our average winning day is larger than our average losing day. And so we're running about 65% winning day accuracy. And we're on our losing days, we're losing small, and our winning days, we're making more. Like we have a bunch of small losses in here as well, but like it's not about that. It's more so about taking the edge when we can see it. Up about 85 on the day now. And again, I'm open to answering any more questions about my system, but a lot of the time, like people criticize it, and then when we show them the numbers, you know, it's just kind of silence afterwards. And so it is what it is, you know. But hey, numbers don't lie, and these are our actual numbers pulled directly from the platform, you know. So we'll take it. My biggest problem in the Top Step Combine is like I need to scale up my size a little bit. Is the biggest thing in it so far, and that's okay. That's not a bad problem to have. You know, I would rather have that problem than taking too large of size in the combine. All right, now we're starting to rebound here. Again, we're up a little bit, not a huge amount. Finally starting to get a bounce back. We'll take one starter short position just in case we range back down to the lows. And then if it fakes us out, it's small. Again, I mean, people have to understand the system as a whole. The system as a whole is taking small feeler positions until we either have a cushion on the day that we can exploit, and by scaling up in size once we have that cushion, or add into once we're in a good green position, right? So if we get into one contract here and we start to build up profit, then we're more likely to add to it if we think it's going to continue going in my direction. If it goes against me, it's a small loss because we're not adding to low edge trades, right? So it's like right now we're break even. If it goes against me, it's a small like $5-10 loss, as opposed to, you know, when we win, we're actually adding more to it to take larger risks on the cushion that we've built, if that makes sense, right? So in terms of like risk management, we're building up a cushion first with small size. And then once we have profit on the day, that's when we scale up, we add larger sizing, we attack larger risks, you know, when we can, because we can, if that makes sense. Right. So again, we got this nice downward candle here. We get another candle open up. We'll add to this position now that we're green in it already. A new candle opens up in about 15 minutes, unless it retraces all the way. If it retraces all the way, we're not going to add to it. But for now, as it starts to move down like this, we'll consider adding to it here because we already have green on this position already. All right. So we're green in it. We're going to get a new candle open up here, and we can add to it like this. And that way, even if it turns against us, it's a small loss relative to what would have been a nice big win if it went in our favor, you know? All right, so we're about break even here. We added to it. And we're going to cut it here. Just too much losses. So again, $11 loss, which very small relative to what it would have been if we would have entered it without that positive average, is I guess what we were trying to say. All right, so we got a big down wick here. We could add some more to it because it looks like we got faked out, but that's a part of the system. It happens. Hey, all good, Howard. Thank you, brother. All right, so we're starting to get a bounce back up. Again, we're kind of consolidating here, looking for some edge, not really finding much. We'll take a little position here, 2 contracts. Hopefully get a flush back down, but if not, you know, it's all good. Like I said, we're just trying to take small edge when we get it. 2 contracts. Let's see if we get a flush down. There we go. Could have gotten a little bit more from this, but it's all right. Gonna add to it 2 contracts. See if we flush down. New candle open, finally getting the flush that we want. We're trying to see if it'll break the bottom of this range here. There we go. Big retracement on this one, though. Nah. Kind of getting some consolidation towards the bottom of this range. Yeah, we're going to cut this pretty soon if it moves up. Yeah, we're going to have to cut it. So, break-even trade. But I mean, I hope you guys see what I'm doing, where I'm not taking any large risks. I'm only adding to positions that we're already green in, and I'm only taking large swings once we have a cushion built on the day. And people can criticize that. Again, most of the people talking are losing traders, to be honest. Like, they don't understand this type of risk management system, but it's very proud. It's a powerful system if you can learn it. It really is. And so I hope you guys want to understand. Like, listen, there's no reason. I get it. People romanticize big gains on Twitter. Like, I understand people romanticize flashing big gains, trying to make thousands of dollars a day in a small account. And I understand that people romanticize that. I truly do. Like, I get it. If you're a new trader and you're watching that and you're watching somebody trade like me, and then you're watching somebody that's flashing $2,000 a day in gains, like, I truly understand why you might kind of swing towards the one flashing the fancy gains. But to understand where true edge is found in the market, you have to understand risk management, right? A lot of the people flashing big gains like that are not really making that type of money, or they're cherry picking their winners and only showing you their winners, and they're never showing you their losses. And real edge in trading systems comes in risk management. It comes in being able to take small positions until you have less risk to take larger positions. And so you can build up a cushion like I'm doing every day. I have a set amount that I'd like to build up a cushion. It's usually $100. If I could build up a cushion of $100 on the day, then I'll scale up my size dramatically, as that happens. Because that way, even if I lose, I build up a cushion of $100, say I lose on my scale up trade, then I'm right back down to break even. And so what happens is exactly what my stats show, which is that when I have losing days, they're small. They're very small. When I have winning days, they're larger than my losing days, because I build up a cushion. And days where I don't build up a cushion, it's small, because I'm trading with small size until I build up that cushion. And so it enables me to take very small positions. If I make money, great, I can add larger positions. If I don't make money, fine, small losing day. Powerful system is that. Very powerful system. And again, if you can do it right, it makes it very simple to have long-term profitability. Is what it does. We'll cut this here. A little $15 loss. Again, still green on the day. Starting to rebound here. As we get higher and higher, we might add some more shorts to it. Yeah, there you go, Matt. So I hope you heard the risk management. Yeah, it's a very powerful system, man. Again, one of the things, like in trading, and I'm going to put it to you this way, right? Like in trading, so we're going to start to swing a little bit heavier now. We got some up wicks. We got some extension on this bounce. We've got some up wicks here. We're going to take 3 contracts. And we got some selling pressure that looks like selling pressure coming in. So we can take the profit we have, which is almost $100 in profit on the day, and swing betting on some downward momentum to show up. There we go. There's the downward momentum showing up. Let's see if we continue to flush down. Small profit on the day so far, but starting to work towards the bottom here. There we go. Took most of it off. We got 1 contract left. They didn't reward me. Bad fill. That's okay. We had a big retracement fast, so it looks like a break-even trade now. But I'll add up to this level here. I don't mind adding to this level. And maybe it just looks like we're getting we're getting faked out. All right. I'm seeing the edge kind of slowly go away. We'll keep trying to attack this. All right, we got the big retracement up wick, so we're going to double our size here. The reason we're doubling our size is we got another up wick here, which is really indicative of weakness. Let's see if we get a flush. We got a lot of up wicks here, which are usually indicative of weakness. So we're taking some size now, hoping that the weakness continues. We have a cushion on the day, so if we lose here, it's going to be small. All right, we got another upwick forming here. Hopefully we get a big brash rejection. Get a flush. Let's see when a new candle opens up here. About 20 seconds. So we have our larger risk trade here, which is why we're kind of stopping talking so much and we're watching it closely. We break over this top. We're going to have to cut it and get out break even on the day. We give it 1 second to see if we follow through. There we go. All right, so it faked us out, but we held through it. Another hammer candle forming. Waiting for the rejection here, but market's just kind of slowly climbing in a sideways way. So we got to be prepared to just cut it and get out pretty close to break even on the day. Some days are just not meant to make money, like tons of money, and that's all right. All right, big rejection back down. Yeah, we're going to get stuck. All right, so we got out. And again, it's basically a break-even day. We're just not finding any edge today. We're just going to go into back and forth. But honestly, this is a perfect example of my system here. This is a perfect example, right? So we're going to be losing day probably today. But yeah, we're mostly trading the S&P 500. But it's a small losing day, and that's the entire purpose of this system, is to have small losing days on the losing days and make money on the good days. So not bad. Like, we'll take it. You know, in the end, every day is not going to be green, and we don't want to treat the market like that. Again, most of the time, the people that treat the market like that don't make money. And so in the end, we're getting slowly starting to rebound here. We might consider some more trades if we rebound to this yellow line. Certainly possible. But yeah, with that said, though, guys, we're probably going to close it down. You know, it wasn't a bad day, but we're down like $30, which is very small relative to my winning days. And again, another small losing day if we do have losing days. Y'all go check out Stonk Tech, guys. Stonk Tech trading social media platform. They are going to be going live this month on the 27th. And at the very least, Stonk Tech's going to give you free dark pool and option flow access, saving you hundreds of dollars. So at the very least, Stonk is going to give you free tools to use. It's kind of like StockTwits, but with tools to use, right? So super useful. I consider it a favor if you join Stonk.tech. And again, their job is help retail traders, right? So they're trying to help you. They're going to give you free tools. It's going to be a trading social media platform. We are going to be live when they go live on the 27th. Again, if you want to check it out, a great way to help support your boy and support this channel. You can also find the link in the description. Check it out. I'll post the chat. I'll post the link in chat. Joe Rogan talked about AMC. Did he really? And that's influencing the market positively, huh? Let me see. Let's take a look at AMC real quick. All right, so we got one more trade here with 2 contracts. Trying to ride the flush rejection at VWAP if we get it. There we go, starting to get the flush. All right, I'll update you guys on this one. All right, but let's check out AMC right now. There we go. All right, we're riding the breakdown down. We just made about $30 more here, so kind of riding this down some. 2 contracts left. All right, but man, look at AMC fly, Joe Rogan. All right, we took another contract out. We got about, yeah, we just got ourselves almost back to break even on this trade. I guess we could keep trading if you guys want me to. But, yeah, we're basically purely break even. We're down $8 on the day. Big rebound here. We're going to patiently wait and try to let the range fully play out there. But anyways, guys, I'm going to go ahead and close it down. Good luck. Listen, love you all. Y'all have a safe day. Again, we'll update you guys on kind of what we did today, what our results were, and all that good stuff in our Discord. So be sure to join our Discord. If you haven't already, join the Discord. Here's the link. Check it out. Great way to help support the channel. We are going to be joining that right now. So yeah, y'all check it out. Good luck. Love you all. Stay safe. We'll see you guys.